first thing I wanted to point out is that one of the things that the forward is providing more homes, which will have the housing more affordable and available. Do you see that? And then if we go on, the next reference I wanted to take you to is, could you please go to page 8? And can we see that chapter 4, it's a summary, the executive summary sets out the spatial strategy, and we can agree that the spatial strategy is the provision of at least 20,560 new homes. Do you see that? And then it says our spatial strategy is called Building on Our Strengths. And we notice that, you see, the spatial strategy is underpinned by 5 core policies, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So can we agree with that, that the way the authors of the plan saw it was that those 5 policies underpin the spatial strategy? Now, can we also agree, now there's a long way we can do this, and let's see if we can do the short way. As a matter of fact, there have been 2 reviews of this plan. Right, to LPP1, there's also been a review into LPP2. But can we agree the review into LPP1, and we can go there if we need to, but it's the point that you set out at length in your brief, that there was acceptance that core policy 4, as it related to the housing requirement, needs updated. Yes. And your point is, frankly, and the inspector will have a view on this, but spatial strategy remains there, but fundamentally the requirement needs updating. There's a different requirement that council now utilise the standard methodology.
Standard method has changed.
Yeah.
But the overall number hasn't changed significantly.
Well, that the inspector will have a view on that, but invariably your spatial strategy should logically be responsive to your housing requirement. Yeah. So there is a relationship between the 2 lengths of core policy 4, isn't there? Between the spatial strategy and the requirement, because it's even acceptable they have a relationship.
They have a relationship insofar as one is setting the non-valid home that needs to be delivered, and the other part of it is the approach as set out in the spatial strategy.
Yeah. So 4 has been agreed needs updating from these, which I suggested. 5 has been dropped, as I understand it. There is no application of the ring fence concept of Didcot and the Science Vale has got, hasn't it? Right? Yes. So on this point of out of date, I'm slightly struggling. I mean, can I just put 2 propositions to you? First of all, it is common ground that if, in the context of Para 11, if the inspector concludes there's a 5-year land supply, then the policy will be considered, the most important policies will be considered out of date that will relate to the delivery of housing. If. Yeah. Next point, there's another route for a plan being out of date, and there are various components. It might be if the plan, for example, did not effectively reflect the December 24 NGPA. There's also a reason for being out of date. The council have concluded that the policies need updating. And the point I put to you, and I don't know why we had so much debate in your evidence particularly, your clients have concluded that policy 4 for an extent needs updating, and policy 5 is effectively, well, it's not only needs updating, it's effectively gone. So in simple terms, where the spatial strategy is underpinned by 5 core policies, and the council's own evidence is that 1.5 are out of date because they need updating, that's a pretty firm indicator that effectively the spatial strategy is out of date, isn't it?
No, I've looked at the spatial strategy and assessed it against the NPPA and the requirements, and reached the conclusion that those the most important policies are not out of date.
Yes, against the, I'm not asking you about compliance with the NPPF. I'm asking about something completely different. That the inspector has evidence the council carried out their own review in December 21, and they themselves concluded that 1.5 of the 5 core policies that underpin the spatial strategy are out of date, needs updating. I mean, needs updating.
It's accepted it needs to be updated to reflect the standard methodology. But the actual strategy hasn't, if you look at the draft GLP as evidence, the strategy has remained.
But whether it's remained right, look, the inspector's got a judgment. You disagree, but I'm putting to you the appellant's case is where the council themselves accept that 1.5 policies on their own review need updating. That indicates the spatial strategy is out of date. You take a different view and say that doesn't indicate it's out of date. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. We'll leave that for the inspector to reach judgment on. The next point I wanted to take you to, frankly, is yes, can we go to page 34, please? Yes, please. This should be a strategic objectives, and the strategic, you would imagine it's fair to infer, if not, that the strategic objectives inform the spatial strategy. Must be logically there's a relationship, isn't there? So SO1 provide for a range of homes across the district and deliver choice and competition in the housing market. You would accept that the proposal and to meet the identified needs, including for affordable housing, the proposal complies with SO1, doesn't it? Also, I'm going to put to you complies with SO2 because by catering for existing and future residents' needs, include the needs of different groups in the community. That includes the need for affordable housing and market housing, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. I thought that being my overall planning balance.
Yeah, I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just dealing with the strategic objectives. SO3, direct growth to the most sustainable locations in the district, ensuring development is integrated with and builds a built natural and historic heritage and creates attractive places. Well, there is acceptance, isn't there, that the larger villages, they're in the settlement hierarchy.
They are in the settlement hierarchy, and but the planned distribution of growth, people not include strategic allocation outside the large villages.
Well, we'll come back to look at that. Then we look at SO4. That's also complied with, isn't it? Because by reducing inequality, poverty and social exclusion, the provision of 88 affordable homes will assist reduction of social exclusion and poverty, won't it, and inequality.
Yes.
Also, SO5 is in accordance. The strategic objective to have a strong and sustainable economy would be supported by the construction and occupation of 249 homes, wouldn't it?
There would be benefits associated with it. Any housing development.
That's not the point. SO8 also, now in the light of reason refusal 2, there is acceptance from the council that SO8 effectively that this proposal promotes sustainable modes of transport, doesn't it, in terms of cycling, public transport and walking.
What's the agreed with council?
Yeah, and SO9 is there's no dispute about SO9 because nothing else is sought in terms of appropriate and timely infrastructure that's not dealt with in the section 106. Then can we go to page 36, please? The spatial strategy, and this is the nub, isn't it? Chapter 4 of whether reasonable refusal 1 is made out or not. Do you agree? And we look at page 36, and we note the spatial strategy has 3 main strands. These seek to And one's about Sandvale, 2 service centre roles for the main settlements, and 3 is to promote thriving villages whilst safeguarding the countryside and village character. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And then we note below that the spatial strategy makes provision for growth of at least, and then we see again at least the 20,560 new homes. And if we go on again over the page 37, you see at 4.1, a common theme running through the strategy is the need to support the delivery of new housing. You see that? And then 4.2 reiterates the 5 core policies. And then the mechanism that LPP1 has is effectively splits the administrative area of the Vale into 3 sub-areas, doesn't it? And of course, the relevant one for us to consider is Abingdon-on-Thames and Oxford Fringe, isn't it? And we then go on, please, continue to go to, yes, to page 39, where it said under the spatial strategy, figure 4.1, building on our strengths, a sustainable strategy for the Vale, under the middle column, reinforcing the service centre roles of the main settlements across the district by focusing housing growth in market towns, local service centres and larger villages.
I'll say that.
Well, I'm putting to you that quite clearly this proposal absolutely sits within that by focusing housing growth 249 units at a larger village.
Policy 4 needs to be read alongside the other strategic policies.
Yeah, we'll come on to that in a moment, but when I go back to this limb, that the 4.1 absolutely clear on the spatial strategy is focusing housing growth at market towns, local service centres and larger villages, isn't it?
Yes, and in focusing, in looking at this particular section, it has made a strategic allocation, which is for each of the settlements.
Yeah, and that absolutely is in accordance with that service centre role, isn't it?
That's in accordance with the plan distribution growth.
Well, we disagree about that, as we know. Let's go on to the next column when we see promoting thriving villages and rural communities. And do you see under the third bullet point, focusing development within the rural areas to the larger villages, thus helping to maintain their vitality and sustainability of local services?
That says within the villages.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't say on the outside.
It doesn't. You're wrong about that. It doesn't. It says within the rural areas to the larger villages.
If you read in context the rest of the wording of the policy, does say within settlements.
There it does. Well, we'll disagree on that. The inspector can reach you. Then let's go over to the figure 4.2, the spatial strategy. And as we've said, the way that the plan divides settlements up is into 4 tiers: market town, local service centres, and larger villages and smaller villages. Do you see the strategic site allocations under the 18 strategic site allocations?
It's very blurry. I noticed that.
All right. Can we then go to page 41?
Are you able to mute?
I am trying, yeah.
Letting help.
I think that's the muted.
No, don't worry. It's page 41, please.
I'm on page 41.
Great. The settlement hierarchy defines settlements, and then look at 4.8. The local plan protects and enhances the services and facilities provided by, and we know, and our larger villages. and ensures that any new facilities, homes and jobs are focused on these settlements. So when one looks at 4.8 and figure 4.1, I'm going to put to you that your whole case is predicated on saying that this breaches the spatial strategy. And yet figure 4.1 that says focusing housing growth on larger villages, and 4.8 that effectively says enhances the services and facilities and ensures that any new homes are focused on these settlements. So your contention that this proposal breaches the spatial strategy is simply not laid out when one looks at the wider plan as a whole, is it?
I disagree. This is talking about the approach when you're looking at the policies that come with the development plan as a whole, and when it's referring to this settlement, it's talking about the specific allocation that was made for the east of the village.
Well, let's do it. Nowhere does it say that. That's your
So it was agreed that the allocation would come forward to a master planning process, so that follows subsequently in policies 4A.
But you're wrong about that, frankly, in the sense that, as we can see on CP3, the settlement R market, there were many larger villages that did not have any allocations, strategic allocations. Go back to your blurry table on point 40, and I was going to put point Q, but I jumped it because you said it was blurry. Tell me how many larger villages have strategic site allocations in the plan?
Looks like
Four. Site 5, I'm happy to be, I mean, it's a factual matter, but East Sutton Courtney, site 5, the site in KBS 6, then site effectively 13, west of Stanford in the Vale, and site 18, North Shrivenham. All the others are effectively attached to either market towns or local service centres. So if one does that strategic site allocation, then you look at core policy 3, you can see, for example, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 larger villages in this sub area. Another 7 or 6 is it in the East Vale, Western Vale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are about 15 larger villages, of which only 4 have strategic site allocations. So your contention that that's an effective acknowledgement of the strategic site allocations just isn't right, I'm afraid.
But you're overlooking the fact that this site was neither allocated in that plan as subsequent versions of it. Upwards.
No, because that's the point that you seem to say you can only be in accordance with the plan if you're allocated. And that's, I'm putting to you, that's not correct, because the spatial strategy is far more sophisticated than that. And as we've seen twice, it says it's focusing housing on the larger villages. That's the strategy. And the only point you've got in your favour is in CP3, page 42, when it says unallocated development will be limited to providing for local needs and to support employment services and facilities within local communities. That's the first point. And then you've got CP4, which, as we've said, doesn't support you because of the windfalls, which we've dealt with before. But frankly, your best point is unallocated development will be limited to providing for local needs and support employment within local communities under larger villages. But there's an interesting policy, and I'm fascinated to know whether you've read it. Have you read CP47? I don't think, I'm happy to be corrected, I'm not sure it's referred to in your truth. Could you go to CP47, which is page 147? I'm happy to glimpse that it's numbering.
Sorry, what's the page number?
147. I'm on pagination, not PDF. Tell me when you've got that. Great. Do you see a little box saying core policy 47 delivering contingency?
Yeah.
You see, the local plan, particularly, if Mr. Needham is right, and then we don't need to re-investigate that debate, but the authority tells the world, the development plan tells the world what happens. And you look at little 3, that the council say they will implement appropriate action, which may include one or more of the following. And little 3 says, identify alternative delivery sites that in general accordance with the spatial strategy of the plan, and through local plan part 2 or other appropriate mechanisms. So built into this plan is effectively a contingency, which is if there is a shortfall or non-delivery in accordance with what we plan for, other appropriate mechanisms would include the grant of consent, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, there's no other sensible consideration of that.
I think it would have to still be considered in the context of the overall planning judgment.
Yeah, no one would disagree on that. Okay. Then can we just do a couple of other matters? Can I just ask you to go to page 59, go back? Sorry, I've just asked you to go back to 59. I'm just talking, this is within the sub-area strategy chapter where CPA sits. And have you got a blue box on your page 59?
Yes.
And you see the final paragraph has a second sentence starting with growth within the larger villages will have helped to maintain or enhance their services and to provide for residents' day-to-day needs. So that is the strategy, isn't it?
Right, within the larger villages,
this is what,
inside the larger villages.
well, your fundamental point, which I understand, is that in some way this falls on the wrong side. Larger villages, there's no definition of, is there? There are no settlement boundaries.
There's no settlement boundary in the adopted local plan. There is a settlement boundary emerging through the neighbourhood.
I'm not interested in that, frankly, at the moment. When this plan, your point is effectively there's some dividing line which indicates whether you're in accordance with policy or not, which is dependent on whether you're within. The fact is that you need to the only way, if you are right, and I'm not saying you are, the only way is based on a planning judgment of whether you're within the village or not, because there are no settlement boundaries currently.
It's not in accordance with the plan distribution of growth.
Well, we did just, I don't want to go back to that, we disagree on that, but within growth within the larger villages is a judgment, isn't it?
It's my view, it's outside the village.
I understand that, but that is a view. As I said, a judgment you make, but it's out with normally. If there is a debate about setting boundaries, as you well know, one has a very easy way of resolving it. It's by reference to the proposed map, which has a settlement boundary line on it. In KVS, there is no such mechanism in LPP 1 or 2, is there? Yeah. Now, could we also, just a couple of other points, could you take up LPP 2, please? And could I ask you to go to page 26 and core policy 4A? I think it's G2.
Very large documents.
We've probably got it in eight. You only need the main part, because obviously the appendices deal with the actual only CPF 4A. Um, 26, please. And have you got the text in core policy 4A? No.
I've just opened it from the lead control and it hasn't come up with It says no extra.
I suggest you go back to Google.
It looks like for both LPP1 and LPP2, the appendices versions for safety and conduct.
Actually, I think on LGP1, perversely, the main body of the plan is after the appendices. If you keep on going, if you keep on going, that's what I found out. Yes, but page 26,
Actually, that's the same about LPP2.
is it the same with LBV2?
Yeah.
So you need to go, so for this can completely perverse and counterintuitive, but apparently the appendices are first on both core documents.
So it's been merged the wrong way round.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you need to go to the PDF page.
That's me, that is, so I'll rectify that.
But there's two page 26s. So there's a page 26 for the appendices as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, PDF page. Okay.
Well, that's not very
Thank you. Yeah.
Brilliant. Hopefully you've now got core policy 4A. Now, two things. It's also right, isn't it, that this policy was concluded in the review, which is, we don't need to go there because I hope we can agree it, the CDG04, which you're familiar with, the review, as a final column, which says need updating, and there's a yes against CP4A, isn't there? And that is because, frankly, this policy is all about grappling with Oxford's unmet need, isn't it?
Yes.
And that position has moved on. Oxford, what was Oxford's unmet need in 2019 is different in 2026. So Emily Inspector or you and I need to grapple with that difference. But we do need to acknowledge that the council in 2024, when they carried out their review, concluded that policy 4A needed updating, didn't they? And it's also right, just before we pass it, that it's noteworthy that even then, in CP4A, we see that the windfall element has been updated to 1,000 units, hasn't it? So out of the total supply set out meeting hours need, again, the council relies on in its LPP2 on getting a bit less than 5%, probably 4% now, on 1,000 units out of the 25,000 being windfall.
The main thrust of the overall numbers in there, 5% it's very minor,
Well, it always is.
and the main thrust is in accordance with the spatial strategy or the known allocation.
Absolutely. Well, you know, you go to EIPs, don't you?
Yes.
If I, if they failed, they came to me or you and asked, do we have 25% windfall? So it's not a plan that's likely to have a lot of traction, is it?
No.
Right. Next point, CP8A, that's on page 33. This policy identifies the east of Kingston Bank Breeze Southmore dwelling 600. Do you see that under Part 2 allocations? But again, it's important to note in the review of LPP2, we can go there if we need to, since we agree as a matter of fact, in the final column, again, the council concluded update required. Tick. Yeah. So doing an audit, where we get to is that 3 of the 5 policies that you rely on in the recent reviews of one, the council readily accept through their review process that they need updating.
The housing number elements.
Yes, but whatever the reason, the 3 policies the council accept that they need updating. Now, going to weight. Tell me this, in the light of the council's conclusion they need updating, as I understand it from your evidence, when we get to weight, I can't see you diminish any weight to those policies, notwithstanding the conclusion. You say they're up to date and the inspector should give substantial weight to them. So as a matter of planning judgment, notwithstanding they all reflect a requirement that's no longer valid and the council's concluded they need updating, you don't change your weight in one job, do you? So when I'm going to put you the final point on the out of date, where for you to say the light of NPP 11, when your client accepts that 3 of the 5 policies relied on under reason refusal 1 need updating, it's not credible to contend those policies are fully up to date and should have full weight when the conclusion is that they need updates.
That's not the conclusion I've reached in my judgment.
I think it actually is, so you want me to take it where. Let's just have a look then. Well, all right, let's not spend time. I'm not going to get into semantics because let me ask you now, as of today, is your judgment that it is right to reduce the weight of those policies or not?
Acknowledge that if we're in a scenario where there is a sort of balance, then there would be a requirement to look at the weight that is applied to those policies, as I've said that in chapter, I think it's 10.3.
Yes, you have in the
I still looked at the most important policies in the round, and I've reached different conclusions to the one that has been implied here. But if these most strategic policies that go to the heart of the development plan are out of date, they are insofar as the numbers have changed.
just forget the 5 years position, but in the light of the inspector, the evidence that your clients for 3 of the 5 policies concluded they need updating, do you say in your planning judgment you reduce the weight of those policies or not?
No.
No. So you are in a position, frankly, whether a requirement is up to date or not has no effect in any way on the weighting you give those policies, does it? By definition, in the light of your last answer. But can't you see, in the light of paragraph 11, how completely contrary that is to national guidance, when the test of being out of date is, the test of whether the tilt balance is operational is whether they're up to date or not.
The only element that's out of date that goes to the number in terms of the way that it's calculated now based on the new standard method. But in reality, that calculation isn't significantly different to the previous versions of the plan.
That's the substance point. But the gateway test of the government feel the right on effectively activation of the total balance is whether the policies are up to date or not. They chose that. Well, my clients could choose that. And you would accept that because of the requirement, 3 of the 5 policies in view, your clients accept in public documents, 3 of the 5 policies are effectively out of date.
I've undertaken an assessment of the policies that, in my view, to see whether they are out of date, and I've reached a different conclusion.
Okay, so the inspection will call, just so we've got it, so your different conclusion is all those policies are up to date. Is that right?
That's in the judgment.
So if we can note that you disagree with your clients on 3 of the 5 policies, and you say they're all up to date, the council have said they are not.
I said insofar as the housing number.
Yes, but this idea that you can distinct housing numbers as we beat for, and I won't go through it again, is pretty critical. When your CP4, which sets out how you are addressing housing needs, housing numbers are the starting point, pretty seminal. It's not an irrelevant, it's a pretty seminal factor in CP4, isn't it? It must be because part of it. But the council, in the context not of this appeal, but when they were asked to do a review by regulation, concluded that policy was not up to date.
It's housing numbers which are now calculated by the standard method.
Okay, can we just two more things before we finish? Can we just go to your overall balance? If you go to ID7. No, ID7, the document, the table I handed out this morning. Tell me when you've got it. Great, thank you. Now, I'm going to try and get on the inspector's good side by not testing you on the weight, because I'm often told the weight is a matter of planning judgments. But what I am going to ask you about are two things. First of all, just to confirm, because I showed this to my learned friend, and I think you agree, and we can go through the exercise rather laboriously of identifying where your weapons are weighting, but will you accept that the weightings reflect your planning judgment?
Yes.
Secondly, what I'm interested in chief, you accepted the proposition that weight would change if market housing was a shortfall. Would you adopt your position at Lower Shiplake on the basis you're right, that if the inspector concludes there is not a 5-year landslide, it would be right to upgrade the moderate for market housing to significant?
My evidence.
Thank you. So we have.
I should clarify that this table reflects its conclusion that we've reached, having looked at housing and supply. The council has a 5.34 housing and supply, and that's what's recorded in this context. I appreciate the planning witness has reached a different conclusion.
No, sure. It's just right to get, so the inspector's got, because the inspector's got two scenarios, which is, of course, no 5-year supply, 5-year tilted balance and a flat balance. The preview, Mr. Duval addressed both scenarios. They're both open to the inspector, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's right to record under market housing, you would give it significant weight if there is no 5-year land supply and we're in the tilted balance. We can give it
It would be moderated, and I've set this out in my group as well in terms of the difference of the shortfall, so it doesn't also have to significant ways.
Okay, but I thought you just answered. So you.
I'm just clarifying.
Clarify.
The significant would be if we're in the realms of 2 or 3 years housing land supply. And I don't believe that's the provision that's being even put forward by the appellant.
Okay, I'm not in the interest of anyone's sanity. I'm not going to test you on the weight. I just want to record in the tilted balance. What should the inspector record for you the weight you would give in your planning balance to market housing?
It would depend where we land on the likelihood.
Well, we know
if it's just under 5, then I believe the inspector would be within her correct planning judgment to give it a moderated weight.
Well, if it be the mean scenario 4.24, and in your planning balance you would say moderate, would you?
It starts to become more significant. It's a sliding scale.
Of course, yes, and all that, but I don't think it's unfair for me and to assist the inspector to understand when she's wrestling with her decision, what weight should she attribute if she's in a world where she concludes that Mr. Neal is right and it's 4.24? What weight do you say she should give to the provisional market housing?
It starts to move towards significant.
But what does that actually mean? That doesn't, I can't intellect. Okay, moderate to significant is what we do. Okay. Next point. Your overall conclusion, which I don't quite understand why. 10.44, please. Yep. Final sentence. I think it's attempting to be a summary of the benefits, and you say these benefits attract moderate to significant positive weight. Yeah. Now, next point. In the impacts, you have, can we agree, you've got effectively 3 impacts you give weight to. The spatial strategy is substantial, settlement form significant, settlement function moderate. Now I'm going to put to you those other 2, settlement form and outward expansion, formed no part of the reason of refusal, did it?
Those explicit words, I don't believe, are referenced in the reasons for refusal.
Yeah. And then also, so I don't know if I, tell me, because you don't refer to your proof. I also don't think I reread your statement of case this morning. I don't think those two impacts were identified in the statement of case either, were they? They came to you post the statement of case.
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, if I'm wrong, my learned friend will point them out in re-examination. I'll eat a massive portion of humble pie. But so you, because you've got an impact, you instructed an expert, you write the statement of case, just to go through the chronology, and then between the statement of case and your proof, you suddenly come up with, oh gosh, we've all missed the council their reasoning use, or me in my statement of case, we missed a significant impact, which is the settlement form and outward expansion.
I think it was missed. It was evident through the proposals that it's a significant outward expansion beyond the existing settlement boundary.
But that is implicit in any unallocated site will change the settlement form, wouldn't it? By definition. That's a yes, sorry, only because it's taking a note. So, and then, but it has no policy basis, does it? Although you give it significant weight and you're giving the primacy of the development plan, you have no policy basis for that impact, do you?
It sits outside the land distribution flow. So, as applying tribal core policies that we've been through time and time.
Settlement function and sustainability again. You give that moderate weight. Again, I'm going to put you for no part of the reason that the refusal did it.
Not the explicit wording, but the whole thrust of the core policies and the most important policies that I have identified in my overall planning judgment do consider those.
Well, there's a form of, I mean, your contention. Do you think those impacts 2 and 3 fall within an allegation of harm to spatial strategy or not?
Yes, that's outside the spatial strategy on the settlement highway.
I thought you'd say that. So you're treble counting that. If they fall within your first impact, why have you got 3 impacts?
I don't believe I'm treble counting.
Well, you are, because you've just accepted in terms that falls within a spatial strategy.
Settlement hierarchy and distribution of flow.
But I
don't believe I'm treble counting.
well, you are. You must
That's
be.
your opinion.
No, it's your answer actually. In the nicest possible way, if you accept a harm falls within another harm, by definition that's double counting. You accept it within the spatial strategy. You've effectively trebled the impacts, haven't you? Although they all come within the same heading, which is all right, but the inspection can reach that judgment. But finally, I'm going to put you, when you give on your balance, so you've got a problem, because on a tilted balance where you are required to show, you might be the appellant's best witness, because where you've got to show impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the impacts, the benefits, you've got moderate to significant for the benefits, and you've got substantial, significant, and moderate on your impacts, which of course I put to you as double counting. But overall, on a tilted balance, if the inspection in the tilted balance form, your evidence alone shows that planning permission should be granted, doesn't it?
No.
All right, and you are happy for the inspector to reach judgment on the contents of ID7 to reach a judgment on whether that's credible or not.
I think this doesn't show the real context of the case that's been set up within the evidence.
Okay, so when the inspector reaching our overall judgment on the balance, she needs to look at your proof.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just check whether there's anything I've missed out. Oh yes, I did actually got to ask you, sorry, it's just a point. I want to ask your view, because it's relevant in the light of your answer. What do you say was the purpose of the government in bringing in the tilted balance? What were they trying to do in your judgment?
My councils are delivering provision of housing and keeping their supply position up to date, there's recognition that reduced weight would be given those elements.
So
It's also possible to disengage the Chelsea balance, so there wasn't a free for all that we could just disregard everything. It's still all down to the judgment.
But let me just ask you, what do you mean, because you didn't specify, when you reduce weight to certain elements, what do you mean by that? What are certain elements will apply?
Obviously, separate housing numbers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. That's my cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Is Amber saying, wanting to ask any questions against something?
I do, yes, please. I think I might take about 20 minutes, so I feel it just takes up to that's all right. Just on that last point, please, you said the policies that set the housing numbers. And you said a couple of times in answers to questions and cross-examination that the numbers stay more or less the same when you look at the local housing need or the requirements in the local plan. And so therefore, what does that tell you about what policies are doing in this area?
They're working, they are leading to delivery. It means that it's not an overly significant change. So then you have to start identifying what's the additional strategic allocations or sites. The overall strategy is more or less working and can continue to apply.
Thank you. Right, then go back to the beginning. Right, we were in LPP1, we were on CP4, page 44, you would take me to. Yeah. Yeah. You on page, you did page 44, do you remember? Paginated page 44, PDF 46. And you're looking at the table. Remember on that page, do you have, does it say core policy for meeting our housing needs? It's this table there. And if you look at the paragraph above the table, what are we told is being shown in the table?
Actually,
No. Oh yes, the table says Williamsburg. Paginate that looks like that. Yes, yes, yeah. So there's the table, sorry, there's two tables. I'm not doing that.
yes.
There are two tables. The one on the left, and we're looking at Malone friend.
Yeah.
And in the paragraph above, there's some blur.
Yes.
What are we told we are being shown in the table?
That's right. Housing target for the plan period between 2011 and 2031.
Yeah. And yeah, you have a read of it.
And that those will be delivered through strategic allocations. And those will be identified and allocated through the local plan. Part 2.
Yeah.
As well as the broader neighbourhood plans.
Yeah. And in particular, what is in the following table, all sources of
Allocations. Housing.
defined housing supply. Thank you. Now, we need to get a calculator out. You've got a calculator. Thank you. Just want to check what you make this calculation to be. 840 divided by 2560.
It's only that.
So it's the number that in the table that is with falls 840. This is the calculation that I said had been done. 840 divided by 20,560. Yeah, 20,560, 20,560. And then multiply that by 100 to get percentage. What do you get? 4%. Amazing. 4.08. Thank you. And now you have a look at the supply that is in that table and add up all of the supply without the windfalls. So we've got housing completions at 3065. No. 3065 plus 4468 plus 12,495 plus 1,000. What do you get?
21,000
Without windfalls, more or less than the housing requirement for the plan period.
Yes.
Without windfalls, what is your total higher or lower than the housing requirement?
It's
Higher than the housing requirement. Thank you. Now, in terms of windfalls, you're taken to the definition in the NPPF. Let's have a look at what the LPP1 says about what windfalls are. And you look at page 43. Page 4. You're on page 43. So in sources of housing supply at 4.12, we've got a number of sources of housing supply to ensure a continuous supply of housing delivery across the plan period. These sources include got strategic allocations, retained local plan allocations, existing planning commitments, additional sites in open plans, sites not yet identified that will come forward through the development management process in accordance with the policies set out in the local plan 2031. These are sometimes known as windfalls. What do you say about this site complying with that definition of windfalls? Okay. Can you now turn up, please, the glossary for the local plan? Now that's actually in the last part, I think, of the local plan, part 1. So if you have a look at G01. The appendices of this. And go to the glossary right at the back. It's page 111, PDF 112. Okay, windfall sites. Do you see that? The last line of the glossary. Okay, now this says sites which have not been specifically identified as available in the local plan process. They normally comprise previously developed sites that have unexpectedly become available. What was this site found to be during the local plan process? But in terms of availability, it was available. And then in terms of it being previously developed, it's not going to depend. The site comply with this definition.
No.
Right. Back to LP one that we were in a moment ago. It's the first bit.
Sorry, I do have to raise a point there because that's just completely wrong, because the reference to available post-dates this plan. ELA was 2017. So just to be fair, that reference in December 16, it's about 6 months, 9 months earlier than the year.
Okay, all right, very well. If that's right, and that the site is not one that was found to be available and then became unexpectedly available, what do you say about its status as previously developed land?
It's still not UPM.
Right. Now, you were taken to page 39 of LPP1. And you also taken to the next page, page 40, the page that you thought was blurry. Yeah. And it was if you were asked how many villages have strategic allocations based on the blurry plan, and you were told 4. If you go back to page 39 and third column, allocating strategic housing growth at our larger villages of, and then a number of local villages are listed. How many? How many are listed? Not sure it's 5 either. Have another look. Got number 1, Harwell, number 2, KDX, number 3, Radley, number 4, Tribunal, number 5, Southfield Fair, number 6,
Yeah, it's.
Okay. My next question I've been answered. And then you gave an answer about the policies being driven to development within the village. Do you remember you were told you're wrong? Can you have a look, please, at the appeal decision that you appended to your proof, which is it is in the full documents. It's full document E11D. Can you help the inspector in terms of the location of this site compared to the location of the appeal site? Do you know it? Can you describe its location compared to the appeal site in relation to the village?
Yes, it's the appeal site is to the southeast of the Spring Hill Farms site is to the southeast of the appeal site.
And can you have a look at paragraph 7 of the appeal decision? What did the inspector observe in relation to the location of this site?
That there's a clear boundary to the settlement. It's established by the London Lane immediately southeast. Seems to be the site.
And at paragraph 9, what does the inspector note in relation to the appeal section figure?
Inspector notes that it is obviously known within the context of the area makes certainly that it's safe and countryside.
What do you say about this site?
The appeal side.
Yeah.
The other.
Yeah, our appeal side.
It's also, it's the same. And everything beyond the established setting of boundaries.
So in terms of your planning judgment as to where the appeal site sits in relation to the built up area, the village, what support do you say this appeal decision into your planning judgment?
I'm not sure. I think that asked anything along that. It's not inappropriate class.
I don't think it's inappropriate. There were questions about whether the site is in the village or not. And you turned in terms of so that's your planning management. That's my notes of the exchange that took place. How consistent is your planning judgment?
I think very consistent.
Thank you very much. There's all the questions.
So 45 minutes for an hour for the break before lunch time, which is yeah.
I'm easy.
Percent.
Fire escape sneaking through, and then examination around flat. It's now able to.
Thank you, Mum. Right, Mr. Deval, can I introduce the inquiry, please? Let's take up your proof of evidence. And I think your qualifications and experience sit just beyond your executive summary. You are Director at Walsingham Planning, is that correct?
That is correct.
You are a chartered member of the RTPI and you work in planning since 2002.
I have it.
Prior to that, you got a BA in planning from the University of Gloucestershire in 2001.
That's correct. Yes.
And I think after, in your professional career, you started off, did you, at Oxfordshire County Council, both working in their planning policy and grappling probably almost certainly with mineral applications in the DM office.
I had an absolutely fantastic working in Oxford Waste County.
And then you went to private practice since 2011, I believe, actually very close to here, but West Waddy, which is probably your javelin straight from here, isn't it?
It's probably 5 minutes.
Okay, so David Thompson rather than Lewis javelin throw. And then you acted obviously as the planning agent for this proposal since when were you first instructed on this? Did you submit the application in 24?
So I was first instructed on the site 6 years ago. After the next was the option on the land. And just to give you a bit of context, since it was being placed, give the option at least the site. And the games then was to now subsequently into the planning application and then now deal. Just in a very minor point, I haven't been involved in the site since 2015.
Thank you. So then can I say, as you give your evidence subject to the normal guidance of the RTPI and you confirm your opinions, express your true professional views and planning judgments, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, can I take your evidence and your rebuttal as read? The inspectors identified that she's read them. So I just want to ask you some supplementary questions. And the first is, can you just confirm in your mind, in the light of the negotiations and discussions with the council, you've got an agreed position that there's now, the inspector's got to determine reasonable refusal 1. But before we go on to look at reasonable refusal 1, can I just ask you, what do you say about the effect of the journey from delegated decision, 8 reasons of refusal to where we are now, for 1? What would you say about that?
I think a couple of points there. Firstly, was joined the motion itself for the refusal. We work very closely with the council in terms of issues that did allow us to work with them. The also point obviously when the application for refusal hours again, council were cooperative in terms of allowing us to deal with the reasons for the refusal through the appeal process. That included 2 to 8 months just out that. That also dropped the council as well. So the highways for so in terms of your question, there was considerable work undertaken to remove existing elements.
Thank you. Now, can I then ask, in terms of matters of agreement, you'll have heard from the opening and the evidence this morning about matters of agreement. I assume in your planning practice, do you get instructed and promote residential development on various sites or not?
Yes. Yes.
Now, I just wonder, what do you say in terms of the characterisation? What would you say about the site in the light of what now lies in terms of development management? What lies between the appellant and the LPA? What do you say about the characteristics of this site?
I think in terms of the number of greenfield sites that I've been involved in, planning motions or planning applications, I think it's very well there to get to the point where so many technical policy issues with the council. So I think from that perspective, that's incredibly positive. Like I say, in terms of the number of those applications that we've dealt with in the past, that's why we're slash unusual.
Thank you. Now, I just want to, can we just, before we look at the application, can I also ask you to comment on the settlement? Now, what we know about the settlement, and you set it out, I think in the centre common ground, which we haven't looked at, I just ask you to take that up, please, page 2, 3.
I am on page 2.
I just want to go, let's just go through the journey of the settlement. And I think one could do this in the context also of, I don't think we take up the Break 14 neighbourhood plan. We're talking about a settlement of, I think it's estimated between 4,000 or 5,000 people in the neighbourhood plan. It shouldn't be contentious, we can agree it as it's set out in the neighbourhood plan. But I just want to look what's happened recently. First of all, you identify the land east of Kingston Bagbury. We know, do we not, that follows the allocation in LPP2. Is that correct or not?
That's correct.
And we see that the outline hybrid was granted for 2024, and we now see the developers of that site addressing their mind to the reserve matters approval.
Yes, that's correct.
You've also identified Springfield Farm, Longworth, which is, I think, the site we just effectively, is that the same location as the appeal decision, or they both happen to be called Springfield Farm?
That is not the appeal decision.
It's in Longworth as opposed. Okay. Then we've got also the Farringdon Road site, the 43 dwellings there, which we can see effectively started off 31 dwellings granted in 2018. And then there was a 16 permission for 43 dwellings. Do you know, do they lie on the same footprint? Or they look like different, because one was demolition of the hotel, the other was another site. Is that correct? They're two elements.
I don't believe that they lie on the same.
Okay, and then we've also got the next one is the 280 dwellings. Is that the LPP1 allocation or not?
The 280 dwellings is the planning part.
And I think it's common ground, again, in the same common ground, but that is now being built out. And we spent Michael seen it on their site visits, because that lies, as it says, to the east of Whitney Road, that south of the A420. Is that in close proximity to the appeal site?
In terms of our things,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. Then we go along further. There's got a different heading. We also see the 280, and then we also below that see the land west of Whitney Road as opposed to east, which is a direction of 63 dwellings. Correct?
Correct.
So I don't think we need to go much further through. There are 4 other applications, one for 73, one for 30, one for 50, and one for 98.
Yes, that's
So that's going back to. So let me just ask you, in the light of those consents, taking together both the consents granted by the LPA and the allegations in LPP1 and LPP2, what has happened in KBS over the past 15 years?
In my opinion, it's big enough. And that process comes forward successfully in terms of sites being built out.
Thank you. Now, can we just then, before I leave it, just dealing with the factory matter, can I just ask you to characterise, if you know, objections to this proposal? How many objections were received during the course of the application?
There were 31 or 32 objections.
And then letters in response to notification of the planning appeal.
There was one letter received by a planning consultant on behalf of actions.
And can I just ask you, how would you, in the light of the quantum, 249 houses on the Greenfield site, how would you characterise that level of objection?
Well, much to my dismay, 19% spent most of their time dealing with the party objections to planning applications on Greenfield sites. So in terms of the level of objection to the parties, I would consider those received application on their own line.
Thank you. Now, can we deal with the three main issues that the inspector identified yesterday? We've got whether there's a 5-year housing land supply, and we don't delve in that now because what we dealt with yesterday. And we've got two substantive matters for you: whether the proposal complies with the development plan, main issue 2, and the third issue, main issue, is whether the planning balance is in favour. So can we address those? And could I first of all ask you, in relation to main issue 2, does the proposal comply or not with the development plan? Can I ask you firstly, in the light of your evidence, is it your conclusion that this is a proposal that complies or does not with the development plan?
It's a proposal that I say completely to the plan.
And can I just ask you, have you got a copy? Of the opening submission of the appendix?
I have.
Could you just go to appendix 2?
Yes, I'm on that.
And could you look at page 19 and 20?
Yep, I'm on that.
Now, you will see the final, well, there are various things here. The policies identified, the policy name, what it deals with, whether it was identified in the reason of refusal, I think your judgment on out of date weight, and then your judgment on conflict. You see those?
I do, yes.
So can I just get your confirmation or not that this accurately sets out your position? First of all, let's deal with CP03. Is that a policy that you accept or do not, that there is a limited conflict with?
I accept that there is conflict identified with this group.
And why do you say limited conflict to CP3, please?
So I consider that policy was out of date. Because this argument as an answer, also I see that
Thank you. Local plan part 1. Thank you. And secondly, let's deal with CP04. Again, why do you say limited weight to CP04?
So again, I say that there is conflict with that policy, and I said it's limited conflict, and it's for the same as.
Thank you. Then we go on to 8, and spatial strategy for Abingdon on Thames and Oxford Fringe. And again, out of date, you concluded yes, limited weight, but limited conflict. Is that correct or not?
That is correct.
And the only other policy which you acknowledge and will prove where there be a degree of conflict is CB43, because it deals with natural resources, with which one heading the criteria is agricultural land, loss of bed, and most fertile. Is that correct?
Yes, limited conflict with that policy, but only in relation to it.
Thank you. And then just to do the same audit, in relation to the LPP2 over the page, we see you at set limited conflict with CP48, CP8. Is that correct or not?
That is correct, yes.
Now, we have agreement that there are 40 policies relevant to statement common ground. The LPA contend 5 policies of breach and reasonable refusal 1. You accept 6, did you also say limited conflict to CP43? Maybe that's also the position. So real or not, it doesn't matter for our present person. But I just want to ask you, can you tell the inspector why your overall conclusion is that the proposal complies with the development plan?
So as we just been through, like I did. That's the size. I've also looked at policies, specifically referring to places for refusal, and then I've considered other policies, the revenue policies within the development plan, and that is really part of balancing exercise. As a result of that side of vision, seems to be absolutely going.
Yeah, let's just look at the term. For example, CP01. And it might be helpful. I think you've got a very helpful table in your proof of evidence where you do this exercise. It starts on page 31. There is CP1, a policy that is, well, first of all, is CP1 which incorporates the presumption of aim sustainable development. Do you give that full weight, limited weight, no weight? What is your position?
I give that full weight.
And is it a policy that you say is compliant?
Yes.
And so, okay, CP1, CP7. Again, do you give this? What weight do you give CP7?
I give that also full weight.
And complied or not?
Obviously, subject to conditions is actually more seriously limited.
Then we've also got 22. Obviously, the development is outlined with four matters to be reserved. But what is your position at this stage as to whether there is compliance or not?
Again, subject to final conditions agreement and section 106, which is a unit compliant.
23, housing density.
Again, client.
But how can you be compliant with an outline application on housing density?
Sorry, obviously subject to reserved matters. There's the detail there in terms of all compliance. But at this outline stage, based on the information that we've and stated with the application in terms of scheme to come forward at this matter stage in providing that policy.
Thank you. Then CP24, affordable housing. What is your view of the way that policy should get?
So we meet the percentage requirement in terms of that policy. Full weight was given to that policy, so therefore it must have been compliant with that policy.
Then also, obviously, this proof was written before the position of the confirmation of the council position on level deal with CP33, which is not on the text. They were in the light of the council position and the county council position on CP33 and the promotion of sustainable transport. Is it your view that that's a policy complied with or in conflict with the proposal?
It's compliant with.
And then we see, I don't think we need to go through CP37 onwards, etc. Let's then move on to this. Yes, I just want to ask you about CP47 before we leave it. And I've got a particular approach to it in cross-examination. Is that an approach you would agree or disagree with?
Let me just...
Yeah, so monitoring and implementation policy, please.
Yeah. So that's in page 147.
Yeah.
So it's very usual for other plans to have a delivery and monitoring policy. I think that policy is quite clear in terms of point 3. In terms of what will happen.
Well, let's cut to the chase. What do you say other appropriate mechanism means?
Consideration of planning applications.
Thank you. Then can we just then go on to, I probably, because it's said as in your proof, we don't need to do the same exercise for LBP two. But I just want to ask you, in the light overall of the other policies where there's not a certain to be a breach by the LBA or you see the orders of the development plan, that there are 40 policies overall relevant. We've got this debate about 5 or 6 with CP 43. Overall, then, having done that exercise, why do you think that the development plan is compliant?
So we going back to your
Yes, we are.
Sorry, this question,
Why, just to give a bit back on the bones, why overall planning conclusion is that this is a proposal that complies with section 38(6).
So having undertaken that assessment of policies where I believe there's great, and then the assessment of policy development, so then weighing in the harm, conflict, and the benefits of the scheme. And obviously, I set out three number of options, like the substantial benefits in the scheme. And that then brings I didn't.
Then can I deal with this point about, let's get to the nub of it and the spatial strategy is reached by this proposal. First of all, I want to ask you, what weight do you think, well, let me first of all ask you, what do you say to the contention of the council, reason one, that this is a proposal that breaches the spatial strategy? Is that a view you agree with or disagree with?
It's a view that I disagree with. In my opinion, spatial strategy is all about delivering as required in the adopted plan, part 1 and part 2. And it's about locating development in sustainable locations. And I consider that the alternatives are actually
What about the status? Could you just actually take it up, please? Just, I do want to ask you about this. If you go take up page 39 of LBD 1. Tell me when you've got it, please.
Page 39,
Yeah,
4.1.
exactly. Which identifies how the strategy will be delivered. Do you see that?
I do.
Rather fetching ground. And the second column is reinforcing the service centre roles of the main settlements across the district by focusing housing growth at the market towns, local service centres in larger villages. In your judgment, does this proposal comply or not with that element of the spatial strategy?
I believe it complies because clearly that bullet point says focus on housing and growth at the market towns, local service centres and other villages.
And then what about, again, in terms of thriving villages, rural communities in the column next door, focusing development within the rural areas to the larger villages? To what extent does this proposal comply or not with that spatial strategy?
Again, I say that we.
Now it seems, please, if we take up CP3, but the strongest point made by the LPA on page 42 is that this is unallocated development in a larger village, and it's not limited to providing for local needs and to support employment services and facilities within local communities. And when you reach your conclusion on CP3 that we just looked at, limited conflict, is that the reference or not that you effectively reaching a judgment about limited conflict?
Yes, the reference is because we are not allocated.
So overall, though, when the inspector is considering whether there is a breach of the spatial strategy, what weight do you give to that spatial strategy? in the light of what the council said about CP4, CP5, CP4A, CP8A.
In terms of the way that I include it.
Yes, well, the fact that the council, in relation to 4, 8, 8A, 4A, in the reviews, there have been conclusions about to the extent to which there needs to be updated. You recall those?
In terms of the regulation
Yes,
and
10A.
use, yeah. So the council have undertaken regulation to use. Reason why I was taking those is very plans are moving by environment. And very clearly, those reviews, they have identified that housing planning requires updating.
And what about also, we've discussed on it, let's just touch the argument that was articulated this morning about full weighted spatial strategy. What do you say about the depth, if I may rather would call it CP5, that now there is no ring-fenced approach by this authority? To what extent does that affect the spatial strategy or not, in your judgment?
Well, very clearly that policy has gone, died, and now everything's been obviously in my evidence I haven't read to consider it. But clearly that policy and a reasonable constraint in terms of the ring fencing is not wrong.
Is the ring fence the proposition that's taken forward into the emerging joint plan?
No, I don't think not.
Thank you. Right. I think just for housekeeping, it's not contentious, but just so the inspector knows, I think I didn't ask questions about this because it's not contentious, but I think there is agreement that because of the emerging local plan being where it is, Ms O'Neill gives it limited weight, and I think that's also a judgment, is it you agree or disagree with limited weight.
I think without wanting to get into the semantics, I think
thank you. And then also, I think the same position is reached in relation to the neighbourhood plan. So, can we then move to main issue 3, and that is the planning balance? And can I just ask you to take up ID 7, which is the balance? Have you got a copy of that? The examination sheet lets you off the document.
I haven't lost it. It's certainly just took me. Yeah, I wrote it.
Right. Let's just do, can we just, for the inspector's benefit, an audit? I think because they're set out benefits from the same common ground, there is agreement that the first 7 benefits are agreed to be benefits. The dispute in relation to those 7 relates to the weight that you respectively give. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we note, and I just want to give you an opportunity, just to, in terms of market housing, you give it substantial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I give it substantial because to be safe with council. That's falling below that quite threshold from my view. In my view, is the shortfall the implications up to that shortfall. Given the implications, the direction of the boostings on housing, given the national housing crisis that we have, given this government's very clear objective of leading European state and Parliament, I give that substantial weight. And I think also in terms of housing, the figures speak for themselves. short popularity. I think when I looked over the advanced openness yesterday, I looked at those mechanisms on housing register. It's pretty really picture. So in terms of affordable housing, that's that very much leads to a substantial rate. But that affordable housing can't come forward without the delivery of market housing. So the two are interlinked in terms of the ability to deliver.
Then social benefits, moderate, sustainable location, substantial, economic benefits, you say substantial, and then BNG significant, local infrastructure moderate. And I think at 7.35 of your evidence, you say there are substantial significant benefits of the proposal. Is that still a view you have, or have you changed it since writing your proof amendment?
That is still my position. I think if I may just elaborate on the economic benefits, I think this is quite important in terms of why I give them substantial benefits. I think this O'Neill picks up on this in a rebuttal. I think I've worked in social now since 2002. Focusing on my employment history, so employment size. I think the economic benefits really should be calculated in terms of Oxfordshire and the Oxfordshire economy. We are in a economy that has local importance, has regional importance, and it has national importance, and it also has global importance as well. There is a reason why the Oxford College Art is out. There's a reason why we have the Oxfordshire Growth Deal growth, and there's a reason why we've got the Oxford Growth Commission as well. We are very much there's growth importance for this country. So I think it's very much that recent news lots of absolutely important. The delivery of this kind of homes in this location, which I needed to support both for jobs, is of critical importance, and that's where we get substantial growth.
Thank you. So then to move to impacts. Now let me ask you this. In relation to, we'll come back to one if we give a view on that, but what do you say about the weighting given by the council's evidence to an allegation that we breached the settlement form or we breached the settlement function?
So in terms of settlement form, I don't agree very much in terms of this development. In terms of its merits, in terms of looking holistically at all of the issues that have to be considered with the application, and of course some of the reasons to that. In terms of settlement function, I must admit, element of confusion in terms of what that's alleging, whether that's sustainability, whether it is sustainability. My view is very clear that there is no issue as well as settlement bonus.
Let's then overall the impacts of the spatial strategy for the reasons you set out. You can say limited, and then the best and most versatile limited. So let's just do the exercise on the assumption Mr. Neave is right, or even on the assumption Mr. Neave is wrong, but the inspector endorses your planning evidence on the plan being out of date for reasons because of the change in the requirement. What do you say about the outcome of the tilted balance where the LPA needs to show the impacts and wants to be outweigh the benefits?
I just cannot see that those impacts identified, the council identified, outweigh the substantial and significant benefits that are identified that result in the appeal package.
And then let's move on to a flat balance scenario. What approach do you take to overall planning balance in a flat balance scenario?
I think again, I've identified very clearly that I lost actual and significant benefits from the appeal proposals, and those proposals are being delivered in sustainable efficient. So in my view, we will flat balance. I still believe that those substantial savings benefits outweigh.
Thank you. Could I then finally, there's one matter I just want to go to the Southmore appeal decision, which the council appended 22nd of April decision. It's in Miss O'Neill's appendices, appendix 2.
Yes, mine.
CD 11D.
That's very good. Is anyone eating? No, not the end of the meeting. No, we're still going. Sorry, we can if you want. No, just a couple of hours. Yes. Sorry.
Have you got that reference?
I've got the decision.
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, we see the proposal here that was being considered by the inspector was 2 self-built dwellings. And we notice the appeals dismissed. We see it's an outline proposal. We see the main issue is whether the site an appropriate location for housing, and we also see taxing appearance and flood risk. First of all, do you know, was there any evidence as far as you can see from the appellants or the LPA dealing with the issue of housing land supply?
I have not seen any evidence.
Then we look at the location and the point that in para 9 the inspector concludes about the spatial policies, the conflict, etc. And he or she says, I've not been providing with details of any development national policy to support the application even for difficulty. Do you know whether the appellants contended in that case the development plan is compliant with overall or not?
I do not know what arguments were put forward in terms of whether the development plan is up to date, and most relevant policies, or whether the content was living in terms of ideology land supply. I don't know what evidence was found.
Do you see any evidence that the inspector had knowledge or been told about the review process? In the light of para 9, the conclusion that policy conflicts with policy CP4, is there any reference to the council's conclusion that CP4 required updating?
No, I can't guess.
So overall, I want your judgment, because it was referred to re-examination. To what extent was this decision, in your view, is it relevant for this inspector in the context of the issues that are facing her in the determination of this ability?
It's a very different proposal in terms of proposed very different terms of the benefits that are advanced as a result of that. And also, like I say, I don't know what efforts
I noticed the appellant is used to Thomas Belcher. I used to have a clerk that was Thomas Belcher. I don't think it's the same individual. But also, let's look, the main issue we see, there were 4 reasons of refusal. One of them went, but is it a fair assumption or not that there was a reason of refusal relating to the character and appearance of the area?
There was, and I believe what the inspector did conclude that there is harm as a result of that.
So what do you say about the fact that the council contend a reasonable refusal relating to character and appearance for a scheme of 2 dwellings, and yet there isn't such a reasonable refusal for 249?
Again, coming back to the point I made, in my opinion, that's a significant benefit to us, including our.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Duval. Please wait there and please for the cross examination.
Stephen. Thanks very much. Here's on to Mr. Rush. Firstly, some general propositions, please, about decision taking. The starting point for the decision maker is the development plan by virtue of section 38(6) of the Planning and Consultation Practice Act, isn't it?
Agreed.
And we can agree that even if development plan policies do not carry full weight, it's a matter for the decision maker on the policy.
Agreed.
There is no prescription as to weight to be given, even if this is a found. That's a matter of planning judgment, taking into account different circumstances. In your proof at paragraph 5.55, on page 48. The table.
Yes.
You say the direct consequence of the lack of 5-year housing land supply and engagement to balance is that the most important development plan policies are reduced in weight. The direct consequence of lack of 5-year housing land supply is that paragraph 11D is engaged. It's not necessarily that policies are reduced in weight, is it?
The direct consequence is that level D is engaged, correct?
It might be that policies are reduced in weight. I just want to clarify with you. It doesn't have to be, does it?
It might be, yes.
And in terms of weight to policies, the focus comes back to one of the objectives of the NPPF, which is to boost and symbolic housing, which is it.
Right.
If that is the objective, then the decision maker should, in a case law like land management, should consider the scale of any shortfall, shouldn't they?
I believe that's what says, right.
In terms of what you said earlier about NPPF and what Mr. Neal said yesterday, it might be that lack of 5-year housing land supply is binary in the NPPF in terms of operation of paragraph 11D, but in terms of consequences for weight to policies, the inspector should look at the circumstances.
Yes, the inspector should.
And it's also right that the decision maker ought to have regard to steps being taken to address any issue.
Yes, but it would depend on what those steps are.
Yeah. On the appellant's case, the council's housing land supply is 4.24 years. That is not relatively insignificant.
It's shortfall. Shortfall. How you define significant? I think it's a matter of judgment. I think for the reasons that I set out, I consider that should be is substantial benefit.
Addressing the shortfall is a substantial benefit.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just flipping it back to the scale of the shortfall. And I'm suggesting to you 4.24 years leaves us with a shortfall which is not significant forensically. Do we agree?
So yes, but significant sexual fraud, in my opinion, still has to be considered. In terms of benefits there. In terms of whether, it's clearly not one big five.
Yeah. Thank you. We can agree that the MPPS is in paragraph 15 that the planning system should be generally determined.
Yes, 100%.
And that's because local people can play a part in shaping their surroundings through the local planning process, can't they? They can see that in paragraph 15.
Yes, yeah.
And local plans bring certainty to people in terms of where development should and shouldn't go.
Yes, they give certainty in terms of where the development will kind of in terms of, for example, allocations for residential development, growth, incentives, etc. Yeah.
Thank you. Paragraph 12, MPPF reinforces that. Where a planning application conflicts with an up-to-date development plan, permission should not usually be granted.
Process.
So let's turn up in.
Yes, I have it on.
Good. In terms of plan making, which starts on page 8. We see that under the plan making framework on page 8, the first paragraph tells us that the development plan must include strategic policies to address each of the planning approaches for the development to use of land in its area. Do you see that?
Sorry, which paragraph?
Paragraph 17, sorry, under the plan making framework. The development plan must include strategic policies. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And so it's the first thing MPPF tells us the development plan must include, because the strategy of a development plan is the thread running through the plan, isn't it? It's crucial to the shape of the plan and work development plans.
Yes.
Thank you. We can agree there's been a slowing down in the production of local plans recently, can't we?
That's very.
And just like this, local plan preparation uses considerable resources, doesn't it? Personnel and funding.
I guess it does. Yeah.
And this local authority, we know, part 1 adopted December 2016, part 2 adopted October 2019, and it submitted the GLP examination in October 2024. So that was 5 years after LP2 was submitted the GLP examination.
So December 24, let me plan this complete. That's correct.
And we know it was caused by inspectors, but we also know it's been reopened for examination.
It's opening 2 weeks. But it's reopening for consideration again of issues which were first considered in summer 2025, June 2025. That's a lot of issues considered. They argue they are.
And there's a third inspector who did Thank you. Right, context of 5-year housing land supply in Vale, please. Can we look at the requirement that if we look at local plan part 2, so CDGO2.
Local plan part 2.
Yes. You've got hard planning, hard conserving things.
Age, well, I like. Yes, very nice.
We are going to page 26. Actually, it's page 26, I believe. Yeah, part two, yeah. Numbers,
And we've patient again.
26.
All ratings. Yeah. Yes.
So you can see in for policy 4A, this is meeting our housing needs. And we can see in the table, can't we, that the housing requirements for full plan period is 22,760. Do you see that?
The housing requirement is full plan period 22,760. Correct.
And you see underneath, there's an asterisk that tells us that 2,200 dwellings for Oxford City are to be provided, increasing the annual requirement by 1 acre per annum that period. You see that?
That was the convenient option.
Yeah. And that has been included in the housing requirement, hasn't it? That unmet need for Oxford.
It is in terms of the contrast.
That's about, we can see 2,200, that's about 10%, isn't it? Uplift.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's working out the area of it.
In any event, 2,200 dwellings being added in, that's a material uplift to the housing.
But don't understand the material that it's not good for it was clearly agreement because in the option on that newspaper it's agreement with the authority or the portions between all of the authorities, Oxfordshire, and then also the
But in taking Oxford's unmet needs and incorporating it into Vale's requirement leads to an uplift in their requirement to meet them.
in terms of the overall requirement, there doesn't increase the local housing with them white boards.
No, that's not what I said. In terms of the uplift, in taking Oxford's unmet needs,
Yeah.
that means there is an increase for Vale to meet, doesn't it?
It does in terms of the extractive.
And in terms of 2,200, that's material, isn't it?
So I don't quite understand material.
It's not an insignificant number for Vale to now have to meet.
In the local
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
It's a good chunk of something. I just feel the reason is why that was weed. There's not a reason why that's been.
Okay, thank you. Can we look, please? We might need, we will need to go back to different things, so I get handy, but can we turn now, please, to a document that I think we put in, which is for document N0. No, not N03, N04, the Oxford Growth Commission interim report, December 2025.
Then you can see again.
No, I'm completely ignoring, I'm not there yet. If you play those side of it. Stick on LPP2. Page 26 of LPP2, it's still there. In terms of that requirement of 22760 that we're looking at, entirely, sorry,
Yeah, page 26.
22760, we divide that by the plan period of 20 years. It's about, it averages out to 1,100 per year.
Yeah.
We heard yesterday that the LHN as of the 21st of May, I think we heard was 970, didn't we, as of the 21st of May?
Yeah,
From yesterday.
I believe that is.
Slightly lower than one that's being looked at for housing land supply, but let's go with 970. then the 970 for the local housing need is not higher than the current development plan requirement.
In terms of the local housing in particular, that local housing in particular is absolutely used calculate on the housing allowance line at this moment of time. That's correct. In terms of that local housing need figure, the intended figure of the new joint development plan, there's still considerable work to do for that plan. Sorry, for that. Well, firstly, for that housing requirement figure, it's kind of sound and adopted in a new development plan, and also when we look at the fact that there's further discussions and further work to do in terms of being additional Oxford unmet need, which is likely to evolve.
That's fair. And all we have here in this local plan is being told that in terms of Oxford's unmet needs, it's 183 per annum. We don't know where that's going to go in the JLP. But if we added 183 per annum to 970, this. We get 1153, and we've been looking at current requirements of 1100, still not significantly different, is it?
So in terms of the correct mathematical calculation, yes, I'm going to argue that. But in terms of whether that is a additional numbers to be added to the variables, local housing in terms of the new proportion of Oxford's on that week that the fair requirements will look like. So we have to look at that. We simply don't know about it.
We don't know. We've got what we've got in front of us right now, haven't we? And there's been uncertainty.
Correct.
Let's have a look at the emerging joint benefit plan now, please. That's H04.
Okay.
Good. Pagination page 110 or PDF 191. Yeah, page 110. So we've got subtitle housing requirements and we've got policy HOU1. You see that. And we see that for Vale, the requirement over plan period is 14,490 in total, and that's broken down with the first 10 or so years at 816 and the remainder at 633. Do you see that? And if we look at the supporting text underneath, we can see at 6.9, paragraph 6.9, that as of October 2024, the annual housing needs set by the standard method is 579 and 633 per year, South Oxfordshire and Vale respectively. So for Vale, as at the time that the plan was submitted, standard method was 633. Do you see that?
I do see what that kind of says. Yes.
But if we go back, sorry, I'm going to cross you.
Sorry, I'm going to make a point about what I was saying in terms of the weaknesses of the emerging plan. Firstly, through the questions that we respect us have made for the second round of maximum sessions, council have been asked to look at the housing requirement figure. So that will be for discussion and the planning examination and the sessions are coming up. Having glanced very quickly over the participant statements that have been stated for those sessions. I'm sorry, what I didn't say was with the council adjusting that figure in light of that next question. I think it's fair to say that there are quite significant objections to how the proposals to answer that question. So I made that point. Was that paragraph? The second point I would make is no. But something Vale, something sort of current plan is an issue. There's not really transitioning your entrance in the NPPF, and they will have to do an immediate review of that plan. And also, and obviously part of that immediate review, they do have to progress the gateway run library over October this year, effectively on a new plan to replace the plan without having to progress the ordination. So I hear what you're saying, and I think you understand that process in range of where to go.
Well, let's just pick up your point about the review. The gateways and the milestones that government have set out in terms of new local plans are very tight, aren't they? 30 months precisely.
If I was a policy officer, I might say that we're kind. But I'm not a policy officer. I think I would like to think that they can back up and done fine.
And that would mean, wouldn't it, that we were looking at, you've heard that JLP2 has started, that 14 have been allocated within the council to progress JLP2. We've heard that in this email.
I heard that. I obviously haven't seen evidence of it, but I've heard that.
And with a 30-month timetable, that means less than 3 years of that for the JLP2 to be adopted, doesn't it?
If they need some,
You just said a moment ago you hoped that they would.
I think I need to hope that everyone proposed these first.
So that puts us in 2029, doesn't it?
Yes,
Which is before this plan period. 2031.
Yes, but institutional bad. 2029 is doing well.
That's your case. In terms of the shortage that Mr. Lee sought to identify towards the end of the plan, there will be a new plan according to the government milestones by 2029, won't there? And according to the new local housing need with all the new housing projects.
Yes, but that's based on that timetable being met. And I don't think especially
Let's go back to what JLP says. And my point isn't necessarily one about whether the numbers will be adjusted or what the inspectors find about the numbers. My point is that at 6.9, local authorities set out what its standard method was, but it was 6 through 3 homes per year. And yet, you can see in HOU1 that it sought to deliver more than that, didn't it? So rather than 12,660, so census requirement of 14,400.
That's what the case.
And then if you look at page 112, please, which is the sources of supply in HOU2,
yes, under HOU2.
yeah, under point 2, the Vale, we can see that the total source of supply is 19,779, can't we?
But that's what the job policy says.
So a buffer in there of over 5,000, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you average out that supply of 19,779 over 20 years, that's 988 million
Yeah,
above the current local housing need figure of 970.
yes.
Thank you. Now, want to look at supply PDPs and what's going on with housing supply in this period when the JLP is still progressing. You have a look at page 446. Yeah, calculated 446, PDF. Okay, so this is carried forward, replaced and deleted policies from the local plan part 1. You see the CP4, the sources of housing supply carried forward following allocations, and we see then 1, 2, 15 allocations are being carried forward. See that?
Yeah.
Being carried forward, yeah. And then CPA is on page 447. You can see the allocations being carried forward from the local plan into JLP, can't we?
Yes.
And CP15 on page 448, for example, same several allocations being carried forward.
Yeah.
Next page, CP20, same thing, several allocations being carried forward.
Yeah.
And on page 453, CP4A, again, several allocations being carried forward. Do you see that?
CP4A, yes.
So in your paragraph 1.17, you had said that the joint local plan review is underway, is at examination, there are significant matters to resolve. Adoption is unlikely before the end of 2026. Very limited weight can be given to the emerging joint local plan, and this is not a solution to dealing with veiled shortage of housing. Now, first of all, that presupposes there is a shortage of housing. But if the joint local plan takes forward allocations from the current local plan, the supply is not paused as a result of any delay, unlike some plans with new strategies. This is not a standing start to these allocations, is it? They are already progressing.
So what you mean with progress?
These allocations are already sites identified in the current local plan, many of which are already building out.
But they're existing allocations, correct? I don't know whether all of those will get out. That's so that was an yesterday.
Okay, I'll put this a different way. Let's say that it was a local plan which had brand new allocations in it. That hadn't been in a current local plan and that needed to go through formal examination process and to be adopted for planning commission to apply for it, for example. That is not the case with these allocations that we just looked at. They are already allocated, so the principle of development is already agreed on the site.
The principle of development in terms of the being allocated in the book and part correct. What I don't really have any academic evidence is how those sites are going to deliver many percent.
That's fine. That's right. Completions. 5-year housing land supply is not the only way to test how a plan is delivering housing. Completions is also a way to show how a plan is delivering housing.
It is, I presume, real things about.
Partly, please can you turn up the council's housing land supply rebuttal, which is called document.
So 16,
yes.
Yes, I think I have that.
And on page 3 is table 1. Which shows net completions against the requirements in LPP1 and LPP2 starting at 2011. Do you see that?
That's in finance, right? That's June 2011, which is 25.
Yes, yes. And you can see that in the early years, completions were low as compared to the requirement, weren't they?
They were very low.
And then we can see it picks up, and we can see that by the end of 2025, by the end of the 2025 monitoring year, net completions of 15,119, as against the requirement of 15,190. Discussed yesterday a shortfall of 379 dwellings. We can see in paragraph 2.1 that you says that's equivalent to just 2% of the total requirement over that period. That is a very good record and demonstrates an average of over 1,000 homes per year being built.
I'm going to object frankly, because it's wrong. You know, Mr. Neame has a table. You've got that table you're referring to has no reference to opposites unmet need, which Mr. Neame's table does. So these points were far more relevant than Neame, because there's a material difference in what the requirement is between the two tables. Frankly.
This is the total local plan requirement over the period to date.
That's my point.
And my learned friend can take the witness to Mr. Neame's table in re-examination. This table is a factual record of what has been completed from 2011 to 2025.
That's not. It doesn't include unmet need. You know this subject of requirement was for the round table yesterday.
This isn't about the requirement. This is about demonstrating completions that have taken place in this authority.
And whose evidence are you referring to?
Miss Reed's evidence.
Well, where is she? Did you let her go to yesterday? Yeah. Sorry, Mum, this point is for the HLS debate.
It's not for HLS debate. It goes directly to planning judgment in terms of the context of supply completions in it.
Okay, well, if you're right, talk about the opposite unmet need, which you accept as part of the requirement then, Mr. Neame's table. You're going to have this debate. You need to be fair and objective and reflect what your council are doing, which is including the opposite unmet need.
This is a requirement from LP3Y and LP32. It's been taken directly from it. But I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't think it's an unfair question.
Well, just to continue, I want to understand then which evidence should we be referring to?
I am referring it's Miss Reed's rebuttal, but it is showing completion which a planning witness is perfectly able to look at. In terms of 15,000 homes being delivered since 2011, that is thousands of homes that have been built, isn't it? Yeah, thousands of homes that have been built, isn't it? I don't think we need Miss Reed or Mr. Neame there.
In terms of completions, what that table shows is completions by the time we will expect them to say, I'm not going to say that how that table was built together, because that's the evidence.
If you feel that you can't, I wasn't asking you to look at how the table is being put together. 15,119 homes delivered since 2011. It's thousands of homes that have actually been built, isn't it?
It is. I can't dispute completions, and that's fantastic. That doesn't. If you ask me, that doesn't change my position in something.
In terms of what I haven't asked you to change your position in terms of anything. I'm building up my case sentiments to that. Okay. The table 3, you mentioned the housing delivery test. If you look at table 3, so looking at page 6.
Sorry.
This is something you're able to comment on, housing delivery test measurements.
Sorry.
Yeah. Paginated page is page 6, paginated page 5, and it's table 3 showing housing delivery test measurement in 2018 to 2023.
So it's this thing number 16.
We're still in the same
Page number 1, sorry.
page 6.
Things 3.
Yeah. Do you feel comfortable looking at housing delivery test measurements?
I'm entirely comfortable with the fact anyway.
This is a good record of housing delivery.
Well, there's statistical things.
Is it a good record?
Yes, it's a good record, but the housing is a little bit essence. Only showing what's required housing.
Yeah, we have the condition stable as well, and no doubt you can go back and look at the CA state regulation. Now the document I wanted to go to before, please, CDN04, looked at growth conditions.
I think 04. Yes.
But it's the same one, Oxford Growth Commission.
Yes, it's going to be close to.
In your proof at paragraph 5.59, I think it's here where you can quote from it, yeah, on page 49.
Yes.
Yeah, and you've got a quote there from it. Period 2011 to 2021, there were 7,449 housing completions. Then you've underlined falling short of the agreed commitment of 100,000 homes. That was the agreed commitment under the Oxford Grove deal, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that fell apart, didn't it?
The Oxfordshire Grove deal itself. There's some things that haven't gone just in responding to infrastructure.
And also meeting Oxford needs to do a lot of
Correct.
and above that line, it says delivery in the last 3 years of 14,276 homes has not achieved this, and you've underlined has not achieved this. And I looked in this document for the reference for that, and on PDF page 11 of N04 or N4, it just talks about delivery in the last 3 years of 14,276 homes has not achieved this, and overall delivery to 2031 was really unsure to be a commitment. But it doesn't tell us what that breakdown is, does it? It doesn't tell us who the culprits are in the field, does it?
No, the report doesn't. It's aggregated between each of the local authorities. I would be very surprised that it wasn't but it doesn't say that.
No, you don't know that. It doesn't tell us how that number's made up, does it?
No, it's not.
Good. Well, I just, beware of danger of speculating. Right, strategy of the plan. Strategy of a plan is not just about housing, is it? It's also about employment plan, for example, and about economic growth. It's not just housing growth, is it? And in LPP1, if you've still got it open, page 36. PDF 38.
Thanks.
Yeah. We've got an overview there. And we read there that the chapter sets out the state of strength strategy for the future shape of development across the Vale, which is still building on our strengths. This shows where new homes will be built, where opportunities to provide new jobs will be created, and where new infrastructure and services will be required. And so this isn't just, as we just discussed, not just about homes, it's also about jobs and infrastructure. And then it sets out 3 main strands. And the first main strand is focusing sustainable growth within the site Vale, isn't it? And on page 39, figure 4.1.
Yeah.
First column is about Science Vale, mentions it being promoted as a world-class location for science and tech-based enterprise innovation, especially the enterprise zone sites at Nottingham Park and Harwell. I heard you talk about that in your opening chief. I don't think we disagree. This is an international location for science and technology, isn't it? And then page 47 is this is the housing supply ring fence, and you talked about that earlier as well. But in terms of what the ring fences do, let's have a look. We agreed at paragraph 4.16 that Science Vale is one of 3 growth areas in the Oxfordshire knowledge spine, with significant potential to build on the extensive existing research infrastructure in the designated enterprise zone, don't we?
Yes.
Still in that same paragraph, we're told the wider strategy of the LEP includes supporting economic growth to ensure we maximise the potential of this important area. See that? Which is that paragraph of 4.16. Wider strategy on that. 17. 16.
The last sentence, yeah, that's what basically.
And then 4.17, we're told that almost 70% of new jobs forecast for the district 2031 are likely to be in the Science Vale area. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And in 4.18, the jobs being created in Science Vale generates the need for a significant proportion of the houses required in the district. Almost 75% of our strategic housing plan is allocated within close proximity to these key Science Vale business locations. Yeah.
Yes.
And goes on to say new infrastructure to enable growth potential to be realised.
Yeah.
So that's the main focus of the strategy. That was the first bullet point in the strands, the first column in the table being attacked in 4.1. Focuses not just building homes, but co-locating homes, jobs, services, and transport in Science Vale.
So it's a strategy.
In terms of that focus strategy.
Focus on strategy. Yes, art. And it's also very clear in some of the some areas, and also in particular having delivered in terms of the fringe sub area, in terms of those sub areas helping people live up projects in the Science Vale. Now that doesn't mean to say that all new housing must be within the Science Vale area. It makes it very clear that excuse me, that housing within those sub areas, including the other area, where we have good connectivity, so sort of transport, those areas can also grow. So long as you do have that good connectivity, so you can get jobs in those locations within the Science Vale.
What's the connection between KBS and Science Vale? The connections, the good connections that we're talking about. What are the good connections between KBS and Cullen, KBS and Holland?
Well, I don't know the exact choosing of public transport services, for example. I can't write the service in this example.
Back to CDN04, please. The Oxford Growth Commission. Yeah, or N1, I think you said you had it as N4. In it's page Roman numeral 5 or I think it's PDF 5.
PDF 5, yes.
This is the forward from the chair of the Oxford Growth Commission. And you're familiar with this document because you put it in. But this page is talking about the county's growth and significance of the county's growth, doesn't it? See in the second paragraph, Oxford is one of the fastest growing economies, sustained job growth by 6,000 per year.
Yeah.
Potential of global transformation, economic growth in Oxfordshire, and so on. It was a lot about growth in Oxfordshire.
Yeah.
And in the second column, please, the last few lines, you see there that the Harwell Science and Innovation Campus is a particularly significant and often underappreciated national asset for the UK with 7,500 scientists and innovators on site, 14 national science facilities. That's within Wales, isn't it? Right. Thank you. And then the next page, first column, second paragraph, you read about delivering on strategic vision, requiring spatial investment and land use strategy across the county that joins up economic growth with investment in transport, new housing, including new affordable housing, achieving net zero, nature recovery, and the environment still in affordability. And the vital element is aligning economic growth with requirements for new housing to improve affordability and reduce community pressures. We see that.
Slightly lost in the paragraph. It's
The paragraph that starts delivering on strategic vision, which is in first column. On pages, PDF process. Second paragraph down, first column, delivering on strategic vision. The middle paragraph.
yes.
So talking about aligning strategy of joining up economic growth with new housing and aligning economic growth with new housing. There has been that co-location strategy in there, hasn't there? We looked at that in terms of science fair. And in the second column, last paragraph, the one that starts with strategy for economic growth. You read there that the strategy for economic growth should include a focus on urban, edge of city development and urban extensions to Oxford. There are reports that high value businesses favour locating to these areas because of urban immediacy, proximity, and agglomeration benefits, and also sustainable expansion to existing established economic systems. These developments need to be supported by improved public transport, high quality mixed use development, including new tenants and technologies of housing and optimal densities. There's also in some cases knowledge being that releases to be needed, encouraging development in these sustainable locations will support agglomeration and innovation and relieve pressure on more rural locations. This report identifies opportunities for further such development, including the area around Canary-Winston. And if we look at those locations, turn up page 5, I think it's page 5. Page 13. Annex B, the Annex B proposed opportunity areas list, PDF page 13. The Annex B proposed opportunity areas.
Annex B proposed opportunity.
Yeah. These are the areas that the Oxford Growth Commission suggests are opportunities for development, either in sustainable locations or locations that can be made sustainable for transformative development economy and or in the growth. And PDS isn't in Wales.
Still, using like use for something. It's located on the it's very frequent and products and processes to lost but necessarily. So in terms of your ability to get to the destinations, I would say that there is
But the Scienceville campuses aren't in it.
the way,
The Scienceville campuses aren't in it.
no, in terms of these locations, to get public transport to Oxford, we might have to get the other locations.
And then right, thank you. I'm going to close that document up and we just flip back to the JLP and HO folder.
That gives you all
And page 77.
27. And here,
It's paginated page 77, PDF 78.
yeah,
And hopefully you've got policy SP1 there, the spatial strategy.
yeah,
And I see at paragraph 3 that within Scienceville we will continue to deliver development through housing at the sites allocated from this plan and sustainable economic development at Cullen campus, Harwell campus, and Lansing Park. That strategy of locating jobs and homes in Scienceville is carried forward in the JLP, isn't it?
that's what.
And just to end this topic, can you have a look, please, at core document G20? G20. I'm with you on that, but this is a press release about AI growth zones, isn't it? Which is dated for 2025.
Yes,
And on the front page, we can see that we're told hotbeds of AI development, with the first being facing Cullen to unlock fresh investment in new jobs as the government delivers on its plan for change. So the first growth AI growth zone is located, it will be located in Cullen, and in the science zone.
that's what it says.
And we read on the next page, I think that box, that thousands of high school jobs and billions of pounds of investment are up for grabs. It's halfway down. AI growth zones will revitalise local communities by attracting billions in private investments on fresh jobs and some of AI. Also securing Britain's position as a global leader in this technology and streamline planning for these users to be able to get states in the ground quicker than before. So Minister said this would transform areas across the UK into areas of growth and opportunity. Located within Scienceville demonstrates the economic success of Scienceville and commitment to its continued growth, does it?
That's what.
But that's not just what the document says. It's also obvious, isn't it, that if the first AI growth zone, this hotbed economic growth, is to be located in Cullen, it's a matter of common sense, isn't it, that it demonstrates the economic success of Scienceville and commitment to continued growth.
It identifies the best willingness to invest in those areas.
And continued economic growth, revitalising communities, new jobs in Cullen means homes needed in science fair, wasn't
science fair and the rest of the district.
disagree. I've noted the ones. And we're moving on to a different topic now, so we've got it right.
It is, yes, yeah, for me, Jen, and we'll do that. Question.
No, I've still got some words, thank you.
She's
important.
another correction.
That's That would be coming back, so I was tempted not to again, just celebrating those wins. I made it back into the office and we're managing in this way. So let's move on to the next.
Thank you very much. We're looking policies in detail with you. Mr. Grant. Before we do, I want to understand differences between us in terms of the location of the site. In your proof at paragraph 1.21 on page 3 of your proof, you said you considered the asbestos main issue. Why you conclude there's some conflict with policies and you list them, and then you say because the site is not allocated within the development plan and not within the built area of Kingston, Bagpoos with Southmore. We agree, don't we, the site is not in the built area of KBS?
Yes, but and then with the excuse me. That I believe it's sorry. That it's very well related to science and stuff.
I understand that, but I just want to be clear, you're not saying it's in this.
No.
Thank you. And then at your paragraph 1.16, you say the adopted development plan is more than 5 years old and therefore out of date. Your case, as I read it, is that age renders the development plan out of date. Have I understood that correctly?
1 point, yes.
Okay. In relation to whether the development plan is out of date or not, do you mean the policies in the development plan are out of date, or are you saying the development plan, the whole development plan is out of date?
So in terms of thank you very much.
You okay?
So what right. That great
That's more.
Big time, there's no rush.
So in terms of part 1 and part 2, which are prepared just the development plan, in terms of the NPPF pilot investment, so pilot investment board, if I say it's moving and then the most important process from this appeal is the process to date. Sorry, one of the reasons is age, and then another of the reasons was council accepted the housing environment on this. So what's happening with that?
Right, so just going back to age. Age in and of itself doesn't render the policies out of date, does it?
Can I have to So if there's requires recommendations to not there, it's not simple.
Requires a review.
So then in terms of what's happening here, what I say is that anniversary that's treated the reg 10A review council accepted that the housing requirement is updating. So mostly the rate is reduced.
Okay. So for you, just so we're clear, I think I got you. But for you, it's age leads to review, review leads to some policies requiring updating, and then all those policies are out of date. Right with that sequence.
Yes.
Good.
let's have a look at well, before we do, we've got MPF out, so let's have a look at, let's just look at another paragraph again quickly, please. Paragraph 232.
232.
Yeah, in Annex 1. Existing policy should not be considered out of date simply because they were adopted or made prior to the publication of this framework. Due wage to begin to according to a degree of consistency with this framework. Most of the policies and the plans of policies and framework growth that won't be made together. So one way of looking at out of datedness of policies is to look at their consistency with the framework, isn't it?
And that's what I understand would happen.
That would happen through a rotating review, but it can also happen through a planning inquiry, can't it? It's fair to say you've not engaged in that process of assessing policies of consistency with NPPF, have you?
In terms of my field of evidence. In terms of my field of evidence, I was looked at those policies. Carrying this way is the out of date. Also looked at those council themselves, executives required that they did.
I don't see an exercise in your group where you've gone through the policies and assessed them for consistency with NPPF. You yourself have not done that process, have you?
In terms of all of the policies,
Yes.
not that exercise, but like I said, I've actually come to those policies where I consider they are outstanding. I don't give them less weight.
Let's have a look at the Reg 10A review. So G03. Part 1 is this.
So
G03.
Main thing that
G3, sorry.
Yeah.
So on page 5, we've got core policy 3, haven't we? And that's said to be generally consistent with NPPF.
That's what we're making.
Yeah, and then core policy 4, we see the housing requirement requires updating. We see it. We say it. We see it says the housing requirement will be updated through the Oxfordshire Plan 2050 and the joint local plan. In the meantime, for monitoring and housing land supply purposes, in accordance with paragraph 74 of the APF, the minimum housing requirement is 360 is calculated using the standard method. Be supplemented using 183 DPA between 2019 and 2031 to accommodate the unmet need from Oxford in accordance with core policy 4A. The annual housing requirement will therefore be 819 DPA. The standard method figure will change on an annual basis. And we know that now, for example, housing land supply is being measured against LHMs. So in terms of the requirement needing updating, actually, we have a housing requirement in terms of local housing need to measure by the housing land supply, don't we? Yeah. In terms of the requirement in CP4 needing updating, the Reg 10A review tells us that the standard method figure will change on an annual basis. And that's what's to be used as the annual housing requirement.
For the purposes of calculating.
For the purposes of calculating housing land supply, yes. And we have the local housing need figure, as we know, was talked about yesterday. It will change on an annual basis, just as the Reg 10A review tells us it will. Yes.
I don't quite follow, sorry.
In terms of measuring by housing land supply,
Use the LHM.
whether or not we've got an outdated requirement in the local plan, Reg 10A review is telling us to use standard method and it will be updated on an annual basis. And we know it's updated on an annual basis. Now we're using LHM. And we've been through the numbers of LHN, we went through them earlier. LHN compared to the requirements within the local plan, do you remember? The requirements in the local plan, current requirement is higher than LHN. Remember we went through that. So in terms of this figure being updated, it makes no material difference, does it? This is not a situation where LHN is 1,000% higher than the council's current requirements, and that the council does not have supply to meet that requirement. This council is looking to meet a requirement currently, which is higher than LHN.
So did you say the council has a supply related to the work?
The council is looking to supply a requirement that is greater than LHN. Those are the numbers we went through.
Yeah, in terms of those actual numbers.
Yeah. This is not a situation which you see up and down the country where LHN is higher than the requirements and councils are not looking to meet that higher requirement.
In terms of the council, we don't do it. Yeah.
No. Leave the emerging local plan review to one side and just talking about the current local plan, the current requirements, which needs updating according to the Reg 10 neighbourhood. We know what the LHN number is, and we know what the current requirement is. And this council's plan looks to supply a requirement which is higher than LHN.
That's
So, in terms of core policy 4 and core policy 4A being out of date because the requirements needs updating, it is a moot point, isn't it?
No, in my view, it's like black and white. But it requires updating the council through that rate and now that process to update and put in place a new plan, as we talked about, still has a long way to go. In terms of my original work, I think was quite clear. Is that causing yes.
In terms of it being, sorry,
In terms of what you're saying, those factual figures, yeah, I agree. But in my opinion, because you have that position, we're in this clear interim period where council is going to update the house with the plan. That process out and sort of time scales down any issues associated with that. My position is the requires.
but you're looking, you said yourself, you looked at it in a black and white way. Isn't this more nuanced? And we need to look at what are the real world consequences from that. And the real world consequences from that are that the requirement, even when it's updated, is not much higher or not higher than what the current requirement is. It's moot. The allocations are being taken forward in the JLP. The allocations are identified and are delivering, continuing to deliver. And the housing requirement is not one that is going to shoot up thousands of %. We've looked at those numbers.
Well, I don't agree. Because we don't have that certainty in terms of what's going to happen with the planned ecosystem. And also, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, because it's somewhat arbitrary. We don't know what Oxford unmet need figure will be added to that LHM figure.
Page 8 paginated page 8 is the next strand of CP4 that's looked at. And that is green, isn't it, in relation to the spatial strategy? I mean, you can say that's what this document says, but I asked you before what assessment you had done as between the policies and consistency with NPPF, and if your answer appeared to me to say that you were relying on the rectangle.
In terms of the housing requirement in date. Right, yes. Now, so, I don't say in my evidence don't conflict.
So the Great Innate Review found that the spatial strategy element of core policy 4 was consistent with NPPF, and I don't see no evidence that you disagree.
Sorry.
I don't see no evidence that you disagree with that.
Disagree with
The spatial strategy element of core policy 4 being consistent with NPPF.
being inconsistent.
Being consistent with NPPF as the Rectangle Review was agreement.
I don't. No, I don't accept that in the evidence.
Okay, good. Then CP3 is on page 5, and that's rated amber, isn't it? Generally consistent with NPPF.
Just wanted to say, sorry, can you try and speak up a little bit? Yeah, I'm just thinking of people on camera.
I will try my best as I vaguely know. Yes, with rectangle, CP3.
And CP8 the same, generally consistent. Page 13.
Yes.
Right, good. Right, let's have a look at the policies themselves in LPP 1. 01. And we looked at page 36 in relation to science. Now, if you just turn back to page 36, please. The overview.
Yep.
Second bullet point, reinforcing service central role as the main settlements across the district. And the final bullet point, promote thriving villages and rural communities while safeguarding the countryside and village character. And then if we go back to figure 4.1 on page 39.
Yeah.
We're told the strategy will support the delivery of sustainable growth through three key strands, and there are the 3 strands set out. It sets out how this will be done. And it says in the third column that it will be done by allocating strategic housing growth to larger villages, including this one, doesn't it, in the first bullet point.
Yes.
There's a noise from someone that must be. Core policy 3, please, on page 42. This policy sets out the settlement hierarchy. In terms of what a hierarchy shows, to be order of preference for where development should go, isn't it?
Yes, but settlement hierarchy. Recognise that going from that out. Something within that
But in that hierarchy, larger villages are not the most sustainable, are they?
They're not average on the side.
And
Sorry. Not described there as the most sustainable, but as I said, doesn't mean that should or could be something else.
Yeah.
Sorry. Through that local plan part 1 and part 2. And so we were very clear that East and Sandford was this location because the 2 allocations.
under the subtitle larger villages within the policy box, it says unallocated development will be limited to providing for local needs and to support employment, services and facilities within local communities. In order for unallocated development to be permitted according to CP3, according to the policy wording, that is where it is demonstrated it provides for local needs and supports employment, services and facilities, etc.
That's what that part says. I think in terms of, yeah, as I've said, we accept that we're not allocated. I think the policy doesn't describe what local needs is in terms of geographic, for example. So it doesn't say that local needs are the relation to the parish. In that sense, it says to support employment services and facilities within local communities. So we'll do that. We'll go.
I don't see in your evidence any assessment of what local needs are or might be, even if there's not, even if there is some ambiguity, if you suggest, in relation to whether it's the parish or border. I don't see any evidence of what local housing needs are or how this development supports employment, services and facilities. There's nothing specific, is there?
So in terms of an assessment to what the need is, no, that's not sense how we evidence significantly. In terms of whether the appeal proposals support in particular services and facilities within this local community, I would disagree because we've got a scheme that is contributing, for example, towards local services and facilities and school and provisioning, etc. And that has now been included through section 96. So I would suggest that that is evidence. Services, facilities, local employment opportunities, etc. Then I think, again, evidence within my briefs that development will generate local employment opportunities, for example, through construction.
Is there any evidence of any of the services or facilities within the local community failing? For example, a post office about to close, and the village needing more people living in speak services going.
Failing the services.
Yeah, like the post office about to close down.
I'm not aware of it.
And in terms of
Sorry, I think it's not just about whether something is going to close, it's about whether something is going to continue. In terms of, the shops and the village. Are they going to need additional residents to help them continue?
Are there? Are there?
I don't
You
really
demonstrated that.
No, in terms of those specific points. But in terms of contributing to services and facilities, for example, the school should have needs.
It's the school that's failing, or it doesn't have enough people.
I don't know.
And in terms of supporting employment, so that's the evidence that you rely on in relation to economic benefits.
Yeah, in terms of
All right, we'll come back to that when it comes to benefits. In your proof, paragraph 5.16, 5.17. 5.17. You reference the supporting text policy CP3. But we can agree, can't we, that that is supporting text, it's not policy box.
it's not text within the policy, but you need to read the text to understand. So,
Well, all the points in the supporting text have been taken into account within the policy. The allocations made for KBS, for example, are in order to protect and enhance services and in order to provide new homes. The text, the supporting text, is not the text by which to judge the appeal, are they?
I would say that you need to read the supporting text and to understand that supporting text is saying.
Have we notes? Now, we know that the local plan identifies KBS as a larger village. Page 46 now, please. Yeah, still in part 1, core policy 4. And the beginning of this box says development of market towns, local service centres and larger villages. There is a presumption in favour of sustainable development within the existing built area of market towns, local service centres and larger villages in accordance with core policy 1. So just pausing there, we agree that the site is not within the existing built area of the large village. Good. Then development outside of the existing built area of these settlements will be permitted where it is allocated by local plan part 1 or adopted neighbourhood plans or future parts of local plan 2021. This development, i.e. allocated development, must be adjacent or well related to the existing built area of the settlement or meet protection circumstances set out in that plan and deliver necessary supporting infrastructure. The point is, as a result of core policy 4, site needs to be allocated or within the existing built area.
In terms, yes, that's what core policy says. And I accept that site is not allocated.
Do you have my learning trends opening handy?
I do.
I want you to help me with something, please. Page 12. And at 52.1, it says the development plan itself anticipates the degree of flexibility. Policy CP4 permits development of large villages in certain circumstances. The policy does not impose an absolute prohibition on growth, rather it requires the development should help to sustain settlement and be consistent with its role. And that's in quotation marks. Can you help me where that is in policy CP4? I just can't find it.
My bad, my mistake. You could have mentioned it to me.
You're right. Fair point. I should have mentioned it in the break when I noticed that. it's not allocated, it's not in the existing built up area. There is conflict with CP4, we agree. Yeah. So what I want to understand is, how is it that it's limited conflict? My suggestion is, it is conflict. How do we get to limited conflict?
Because full policy before and full policy 3 as well sets out very clearly in terms of where development is supported in terms of spatial strategy, and one of those locations is the larger villages. So in my view, you consider, I consider it's up to date, because the house department is updating, because of that clear direction in terms of where development is considered appropriate, suitable and sustainable, and the liabilities are that. Sort of conflict is.
So in terms of the policy being out of date, that's called policy 4, that you rely on the requirement being updated, not core policy 3. In terms of core policy 4 and the requirement needing updating, therefore in your view it's out of date, that would go to weight to policy and weight to the conflict with the policy. It doesn't go to whether there is or isn't conflict with the policy.
Sorry, not sorry, we consider the policy 4 is out of date.
But again, that goes to weight to the policy. It doesn't go to whether there's a conflict or not.
But I give that policy limited weight with my planning values.
Okay. But in terms of the conflict, it's binary, isn't it?
Sorry, but I'm saying the conflict is binary.
Well, the site isn't allocated, and the site isn't in a built-up area.
Yeah, and we accept that it was conflict.
Yeah. So I'm just going through your reasons for giving limited conflict. And one of your reasons was because it's out of date. And I'm suggesting to you, there's not limited conflict with the policy because it's out of date. It just might be that you give the conflict limited conflict. You see the difference?
But I do see the difference. Like I said, that's the process that we included in terms of
I'm still on the conflict. There's conflict or there's not conflict. It's not that there's a limited conflict. Can you agree with that?
Well, yes, I identify with conflict. I'm society not allocated, with the area, but
yes. I need to understand those other reasons. The other reasons that you explain, I suggest to you, go to the weight to give that one in the planning guidance.
Yeah.
They don't go to whether there is full conflict or medium conflict or limited conflict with policy. There's either conflict with it or there's not. And there is conflict with it, isn't there?
Yeah, that's what I do.
And that's the same for CP3 as well, isn't it?
In terms of the conflict, it's not allocated. Yes, that's correct.
And then that means what flows from conflict with CP3 and CP4 is conflict with and CP, not CP8. It flows then that there's conflict with CP8 and CP4A and CP8. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what my evidence says.
In terms of your proof and the table showing the policies, page 31, other development plan policies, And you say paragraph 5.46, I set out below those other relevant development plan policies and how the appeal proposal complies with them. And then you have table 1, summary of compliance with LPP 1, LPP 2, and local transport connectivity plan. The LTCP is not part of the development plans. Good.
But those policies in the LTC were referenced.
They were.
This is why I addressed them.
Yeah.
In that table.
Just want to be clear because it says development plan policies, what the inspector, so the inspector's clear about what is in the section 38.6 balance and what isn't in terms of development plan policies. Now, in terms of an assessment of conflict with the development plan as a whole, can you turn up Corbett in Cornwall as a judgment that you put in at CDM6 M for mother?
CDM6. Yeah, we have that.
And in your proof, you refer to it in terms of, development plans and policies that pull in different directions. And it's planning judgments whether there's conflict with the development plan as a whole. But can you have a look, please, at paragraph 28? Yeah, this is a section where there's quotation from another judge in another case. And if you go further down to paragraph 51, what we said there is I accept that in terms of the policy, how firmly it favours or sets its face against proposed development is a relevant factor. So two other relative importance of the policies, the overall objectives of the development plan and the extent of the breach. These are essentially matters to be judged with the local planning authority, elements especially attached to development plan policies to be avoided. But in terms of looking at whether policies or breach with policies or compliance with policies leads to conflict with development plan as a whole, it's right, isn't it, to look at what the conflict is, what the relative importance of the policy is to the plan's overall objectives, and the extent of breach of the policy.
Yes, that's what we do.
And in terms of your table, setting out compliance or conflict with policies, I don't see that that's what you've done. I don't see that assessment.
Not a specific assessment.
Thank you. Right, turning to harms and benefits, please. I know I'm not going to change your mind on weights to benefits and harms that you've given. I'm not going to attempt to do so, but I do want to just look at some factors around the benefits and harms. Before I do, on your scales of weight, substantial is your highest, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Now, on economic benefits, you give this substantial weight, and in your rebuttal proof, you say, turn it up if you want, to paragraph 9, that NPPF provides a rare attribution of weighting at paragraph 85 when you criticise the weight that Ms. O'Neill gave it. And in her rebuttal, she referred to Bewley Holmes case. She says that NPPF does not prescribe weight to economic benefits. Is it your starting point that significant weight to economic benefits is always the baseline?
Is that my starting point?
Because you mentioned paragraph 85 of NPPF, do you always start with significant?
I wouldn't say that I always start with any weight. I would look at the sorry, when I say any weight, yes, I would always start by looking at the notes. the economic benefits, and then forming a judgment and reaching a conclusion as a result of that. So I wouldn't say I always start with.
So paragraph, so your reference to paragraph 85 in referring to the rate that is only against economic benefits. You agree it's not restricted?
Well, I've referenced that because making the point that that's what the NPPF says in terms of giving significant weight to economic benefits. Of course, it's then down to the planning judgment in terms of how you take that forward, what your view is based on the proposals, whether it's an appeal proposal or planning application.
Okay, good. Ms O'Neill put in 3 appeal decisions. I don't want to have to go to make, we don't need to, where inspector did give one approach. That's a reasonable approach to take depending on the circumstances.
You're changing my reasonable approach.
It's an unlawful approach or an unreasonable approach to give moderate weight to economic benefits. It's like
By other inspectors.
yes.
Well, those inspectors within their judgment.
Now, you rely on figures from the Home Builders Housing Calculator, which was informed by the publication at L02. You might have it as L2. You have a look at that. And on PDF 12.
Basically, 12.
Page 8 of page 6 in L2. I mean, the HBF, the HBL's economic footprint. You're in the same document.
So I've got the link.
That might be.
Is it the economic footprint of house building unit approach?
Yeah.
Core document list that I have is just
Is it open?
download the whole book.
I'm seeing how it.
I do have it. Yeah. So where are we going?
So it was page 12, PDF 12, page 6.
Page 6.
Yeah. And there's about halfway down the page, we see subtitled employment. You see that? And underneath that, a subtitled direct employment. And underneath that, you go to the next page, indirect and reduced employment. Do you see that?
Indirect. Yeah.
And then if you have a look at scan your eye over those paragraphs instead of the market. The point being that in terms of the figures for employment, these include direct employment, indirect employment, and induced employment. Don't.
That's what that document is saying. Yeah.
And it's that document that feeds into the calculator that you use, isn't it?
I think that's saying that.
So in your proof on page 63, where you said it would support the employment of 865 people, including construction jobs, Ms O'Neill set out in paragraph 2 that includes direct, indirect, and induced. And we don't have a figure for direct employment, do we?
That figure, that is so.
And in terms of the direct employment, those would be temporary construction jobs we made. In terms of including, help me, how does this scheme lead to permanent jobs? It's not like there's a care home attached to it where there'll be permanent employment in a care home, anything like that, is there?
There's no No, there's no proposed use beyond the residential.
And then you said provide 10 apprentices, graduates or trainees in construction jobs. I haven't looked at the latest version, but is there an obligation in section 106 to provide local labour or local apprenticeships or local training schemes in Scotland?
There is an obligation. When I said that doesn't mean to say that because
and then you said generate 6,640,000 in tax revenue, including 501,000 in council tax revenue. Council tax pays for services, it's not a revenue generator. So is it?
yeah, it's
Not an economic benefit.
It's certainly money against the
You turn up for document L03, or you might have it as L3.
and that was the statement.
So it's the way to grow the appeal. Have a look at paragraph 208. We generate council tax and homes bonus receipts as the form is essentially needs for the council to cover its costs arising from the increased local population and or mitigate development impacts to local infrastructure. It attracts little vote. And then the inspector talks about no evidence to connect between new homes votes, payments, and environment. In that there is no votes. And then in relation to other tax receipts, what is it you're referring to in terms of the tax receipts of over 6.5 million?
I don't know the exact breakdown of that figure.
I'm going to look at CDE11 and E11 10.
CDE 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evidence of payments for the appeal decision. Have it?
Yep.
Paragraph 73.
Three.
Yeah. The finance consideration of the decision and whether it can help make development exception in planning terms, it's inappropriate to make decision based on potential for government to raise money for a local authority or other government body. While the appellate refer to new homes bonus and tax tax revenue requirement generates not clear to me how this is relevant to planning merits for development. Therefore, these matters do not weigh in the proposal's favour. It's the same here. We don't know what the breakdown of the tax is. We don't know which government body is receiving that tax or why, and we don't know if there's a connection to development in the tax.
Like in terms of the 6 million figure,
Yeah.
I have to explain that. And in terms of what you're saying about the inclusion of the inspectors with regards to council tax figures, etc., that's what those inspectors concluded in their decision.
Fine. Now, social benefits, affordable housing, market housing, you give substantial weight to both. In terms of policy compliant affordable housing, if you were delivering above policy compliant, you wouldn't have anything higher at your scale, would you? Substantial is your highest.
Substantial reason, I guess. Yeah. In examination in chief, in terms of the shortfall for housing viewpoints and lists, etc. These series figures.
DDM19, please. What's name back here?
Yep.
Paragraph 32. As of last close, 2.76 is put forward by the council, 2.46 is put forward by the appellant. So even if Vale has a 4.24 year supply, figures in that feel much worse, aren't they, in terms of housing land supply?
In terms of that decision, there was some position recently.
Paragraph 38. What's the bottom last sentence of the appellant advice you see this matter substantial weight, I conclude that significant weight should be attributed to the policy of compliance with equal housing. So another inspector giving significant weight to policy compliance with equal housing, as you said, in the face of a lack of a housing last time.
That's what that inspector concluded, but I don't have the details of what was concluded that inspector.
Market housing, you give substantial. Again, there are other appeal decisions. I'm not going to waste time going through them. This about, but there are a range, aren't they, or aren't there, of appeal decisions where inspectors give substantial weight to housing, significant weight to housing, sometimes more weight. It's a matter of planning judgment.
It's a matter of planning judgment, and I guess inspectors in that matter different ways.
In your proof at page 62, you have benefit 3, the delivery of a mix of new homes. Delivery of a mix of homes is policy requirement, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Benefit 4, you have development in a sustainable location. All development should be in a sustainable location, shouldn't it?
Sorry, just remember where we went.
Page 62.
Yes. But it should be. We should be on.
And been through economic benefit 6, biodiversity net gain. That's a requirement as well, biodiversity net gain, isn't it?
A minimum of 10% we have a requirement, and we're in excess of that.
And so in your view, the excess is 10%. You say excess is in your proof, you say 20%. And so that's what elevates it from moderate to significant. And then benefit 7, local infrastructure delivery. All of those matters, the financial contributions are required, aren't they, to mitigate impacts on development?
But they are required, and we are delivering.
In terms of impacts, the table in ID7, harm to spatial strategy, you give that limited impact. Sectors will make her own mind about that. You do weigh in the balance the loss of BMB, don't you, as an impact?
I do give that identify as a limited harm, just like a percentage that's lost in relation to all the site.
Yeah. And in terms of landscape impact, that's listed, but there's no value in here for you. In terms of landscape impact, there isn't a reason for refusal in relation to landscape, but it is right, isn't it, that the LBIA did identify moderate harm, and so did the landscape consultations.
Yes, they did. That's correct. That's correct.
And your application of the balance, either tilted or flat, is on the basis that there is not conflict with the development plan, isn't it?
So can you just say that again?
Yeah. Your assessment of the balance, either tilted or flat, is predicated on the basis of there not being conflict with the development.
So I don't
You say that there's compliance with the development plan as a whole.
As a whole, yes, I do identify such and such.
You do. But in terms of a harm relating to conflict with the development plan as a whole, that is not something that is in your assessment, is it? Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you. Mr. Whiteley,
I do. I'll be about an hour. And that's a joke. 5 minutes.
Pleasant surprise.
Yes, I know. Right, Mr. Deval, can I just go back could you just take up the HLS? I've got 4 matters for you. Statement of common ground. Sorry, the addendum statement of common ground, please.
HLS addendum.
Yes. I do not. But I will try and get one.
Also, look very quickly.
E number, and it is E. Yeah, E05A, please.
Yeah, I have that.
Now, can you just see? Let's just see on Mr. Leeds' evidence. You remember my learned friend asked a series of questions about whether the shortfall was significant or not. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you largely agreed with that. But whether it be significant or not, I just want to ask your judgment. In the light of national guidance, what approach does the government take when you have a shortfall of 759 units? Should you do something about it? Do nothing? What do you think the approach should be with a 759 shortfall between what you have and what you should have?
So what the MPS?
Yes.
The total balance is engaged on that 11D.
But why? What's the total balance doing in the context of a shortfall?
What the shortfall is obviously below 5 years. But it's a balance cycle, so the total balance is engaged. Because the NPPF thing says that in those circumstances, the authorities failing to deal with our items, and we need to be mapped.
So is the total balance in the context of a shortfall seeking to assist in meeting the shortfall or preclude meeting the shortfall?
Assist.
Thank you. Next point, please. My learned friend asked you various questions, which I am characterising as everything sunny in the garden in terms of the future. What is the effect of reorganisation on the future? Is there any reorganisation proposals for Oxfordshire or not?
Local government reorganisation. I do yes, going to. So I believe announcements are actually imminent in terms of this part of the country. There's a strong proposition that South Oxfordshire and Vale Blackness will merge with West Berkshire and form what's called the Ridgeway Council. That in itself will no doubt cause considerable resource pressure and some considerable uncertainties as well. So in terms of the future of family things, I think that adds another layer of uncertainty.
Now, we then, third topic of 4, could we take up the CDG3, please? And this is the review. You'll recall my learned friend asking various questions. Do you remember about the context of CP3 and CP4 being updated or not in the context of the review and the conclusions? Do you recall?
I do.
Now, obviously, the inspector will need to reach a view on these, but what my learned friend didn't take you to, and I want to take you to, could we go to that document? Can you go to page 49, please, at the back of it? Should be under Appendix 1, which is a section done by officers' assessment of housing requirement, which commences on page 48. Do you have that?
I'm going to head into one.
Yes.
Yep, I have that.
And what it is an appendix 1 is an attempt by the council to assess the further guidance in the PBG. And what it does, the following provides the council's assessment against each of the criteria under NPPF shown involved. Where relevant, we have used the PAS toolkit prompts. So let's just see what's said. You note PAS toolkit prompt 2, consider whether the local housing need figure has gone down significantly. Do you see that?
Is this under point 2?
Yes, PAS 1. What prompt 2? And could you go to the final paragraph, please?
The one that starts under the current.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Under, and remember, my friend asked you if you had done the assessment. Let's just see what the LPA say about comparing the existing plan. Under current MPPF policy, a new local plan would be tested against different national policies and guidance from those in place at the time of LPP 1. Do you see that? Combined with the 38% drop in need indicated by the local housing needs assessment, this is a compelling justification that the housing requirement element of core policy 4 requires update. So what do you say to proposition? Well, the conclusion of a council officer that there's compelling justification core policy 4 requires updating. What do you say to the proposition that core policy 4 is up to date?
This clearly says that housing requirement requires update.
Let's then second reference, it's returned to on page 56, please. And let's see summary. Do you see this?
I do.
Let's just spend a moment on this, and because it's again relevant. This is the council officer's conclusion on the housing requirement. PPG and the PAS toolkit prompts show there is some justification for continuing to use the housing requirement of 1028 DPA contained with core policy 4. And then there's various stuff, etc., and the new growth deal. And then can you look at the sentence beginning or paragraph beginning, however, the 38% drop?
Yeah.
However, the 38% drop between the adopted housing requirements and the current local housing need figure is significant, as is the change in approach for calculating housing needs and requirements in the MPPF and MPPG since the adoption of LPP 1, prompts 1 and 2. Are those sentiments you agree or disagree with? Great. They're taking due regard to all of the factors together. On balance, the council concludes the scale of divergence is decisive, determining whether the housing requirement in CP4 is a reliable reflection of current housing needs. The housing requirement should no longer be regarded as an up-to-date reflection of needs when it is so far removed from the current local housing need figure. Again, a view that you agree or disagree with, please. Agree. Then the housing requirement in core policy 4 therefore requires updating. For the purposes of monitoring housing land supply, the annual housing requirement will be 819. This comprises 636 dwellings per annum, calculated using the standard methodology, plus 183 dwellings per annum from core policy 4A. So, in the light of that view, what do you say about your judgment that effectively CP4 needs updating or not?
And it just further supports that position that it does require updating.
Well, let's not again. Let's just look again in relation to. Could you take up CDGAT? This is in the context. Actually, before we do that, just because that's LPP2, let's just look at what was said again in the context of it. Now, actually, no. Let me go to GAT. Sorry. The inspector clicked it, so I'm not trying to drive you crazy with lots of documents. This is the final reference I need to take you to. Could you just look at the reason for the decision about LPP Part 2? And at 3.3, the reason for decision about the regulation 10A review. Yeah. Use it 3.3. The reason for decision is this revealed that there would likely be a material difference between the time taken to put the proposed policies of the JLP in place, December 25, and the time it would be put a revised LPP2 in place, summer 26. On this basis, revising LPP2 would not produce a suite of up-to-date development plan policies material sooner than via the JLP process that is already underway in advance. Now, 3.3 is grappling with the proposition that there needs to be an up-to-date development plan. Does that endorse or contradict your view about LPP 1 and 2 needing updating?
It fully endorses that, and if I'm reading paragraph 3.3 correctly, obviously those timescales JLP in place absolutely.
Thank you. Now, the final point, yes, it's such a cycling one, but my learned friend at the end, remember in the table asking about landscape impact, you recall. ID7, can I just ask on ID7, which is agreed as a fair reflection, does Miss O'Neill give any weight to the landscape impact in her table?
No, she doesn't.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. That's my examination, so I'm probably a bit under 5, at least on that.
Thank you very much.
And that's the evidence for the appellants in this appeal, Mark.
In which case, I can happily conclude that we will be adjourning very shortly to resume online on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and the link that has been shared for these is a reference. We did talk about the need for the final set of draft conditions to be submitted to me. I am hoping that will be done. If you could try and get it over early afternoon, so that it reaches me by the end of the working day, I think really quick. So then I've got it for Monday, I had a discussion on Tuesday.
Well, could I ask Ms. Smith to do that, because then you have comfort that it's coming from the council and not the council. This is the council's position.
Okay, yes, we're working on
You share that. So unless there are any other matters that I need to address before we adjourn today, I think I can say we are happy to adjourn until Tuesday. Thank you.
time, Tuesday 10.